One, go, Kevin.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Tairei Bowling Club, to the Tairei 7000 Falls Invitation Falls event, the 25th running of this event, and we're bringing you the live action for the quarterfinals, semi-final and finals. Alongside me, I've got Brett O'Reilly. A big thank you to Erin and Tamara, who are the technical people, of course, who are bringing you all this live action from, looking at this, a very, very sunny Tairei Bowling Club in Mosgiel. Green looks to be in magnificent condition, and down to the sort of the not dying stages, but the money part of the event where they are going for it in this very, very prestigious Falls event.
Yeah, good afternoon, Kevin. Great setting at Tairei Bowling Club. You know, a magnificent green, one of the best greens in New Zealand over many, many years. Hosted nationals and other major events like this invitational tournament. Great conditions, no breeze, fine weather. We're in for a good afternoon of bowls.
Oh, for those who know the Tairei area, they were playing. In fact, you can see the jack situated there, the yellow jack sat there, and we're playing away from the clubhouse up to the road, up the road end at Tairei. That, of course, is at Whitcliffe Street in Mosgiel. And in the game that we're covering, it's the Dave Archer, the local, the Tairei player, is skipping with Ali Waugh, Carl Mason and Phil Stevenson, and they're up against the Mooloolaba side with Wesley Hedges, John Clark, Laurie Watson and Trevor Ludlow, of course, from the area, really, Brett, isn't he, Trevor Ludlow?
Yep, well-known Central Otago player out of the Alexandra Club. Trevor and Rob Gibson, who's the tournament organiser, have been alternating in that team, playing with Wesley Hedges, John Clark and Laurie Watson, and they've been going very well.
Of course, a big weekend in the south this weekend, because also running in conjunction is, of course, the long-running Northeast Valley singles. Of course, that's underway at Northeast Valley, and also, of course, in Invercargill is the annual charity pairs event. So a lot of action this weekend in the deep south, and by goodness, two great opening bowls to start this. And of course, we're not worried about ends, Brett, are we? In these quarterfinals and semis and finals, it's all about the time limit.
Yeah, it's a nice format, 90 minutes, so it'll be a pretty snappy game of fours. And as we can see,
two touches, in fact, from the lead, Phil Stevenson, for Dave Archer. Dave Archer, of course, the name Archer and then Tairei Bowling Club in Dunedin, very, very synonymous over a long number of years, hasn't it? The Archer name.
Yeah, I think Dave's been runner-up in a national tournament, and a long-standing Dunedin representative. And and as you say, Kevin, real identity in both the Dunedin Centre, but particularly in the Tairei Club.
Made a life member last year, and of course Dave's wife Barbara is also, she's been very active and part of the Otago representative side, and has also been president of the Tairei Club. And of course, we've hosted the nationals at Tairei, two green club, and it's certainly very, very well, it's just a very good club situated in Mosgiel, and what a great first end here to get this underway, Brett, isn't it? When, hello, the Malta shirts are out.
Well, great first bowl by Carl Mason, who's playing at scorer, or number 2, as we like to say, for Dave Archer.
As Brett sitting alongside me is, of course, patron of Bowls North Harbour, but also is on the board of World Bowls, and Malta are one of the countries now who, we've had them play in the multi-nations event on the Gold Coast, and Malta have become quite a formidable force, Brett, haven't they?
They've got a very strong team, players like Sean Parnis and Brendan Aquilina, and our old friend, Australian great Rex Johnson is their coach, and another old teammate of mine from when I played at Belrose, Joe Saragosa, is their manager. So they're small in number, but
good at quality.
Absolutely, probably pound for pound, probably one of the strongest bowling nations in the world in terms of of their performance. They were at the Commonwealth Games recently at Birmingham, and while they weren't in the medals, they certainly put up some pretty good performances on the greens. It probably didn't particularly suit them.
Very, very good opening end, Brett, isn't it? On this, the first end of this quarterfinal. Ellie War now, number 3 for Dave Archer. The War name, another name synonymous with the Tairei Bowling Club, because Ellie's father, long-standing member, and Ellie as well has been part of the Tairei scene, for a long, long time, and it is good to see the club sides out there doing battle as well, isn't it? The very proud club, Tairei.
Absolutely, they've regularly hosted national events there, and I have a bit of a soft spot for the club because I played a national singles final there against Peter Bellis in the early 1990s, and while I remember the tournament well for what happened on the green, I also remember the hospitality of the club, which is just fantastic.
It's a great club, it certainly is, and of course the current Bowls New Zealand Club of the Year. They won the Club of the Year, and Bob Gibson, the greenkeeper, a real, not just a great worker for the club, but certainly magnificent. He's got the greens there, and he's got a great band of workers with him as well there at Tairei as we watch us bowl. And Ali Wars just needs to get a slide and will do so.
Oh, magnificent.
Sits on the shot bowl. It's the Tairei side holding 2. My goodness, it's a pretty good opening end, Brett, isn't it? It's a full length hit, and all those bowls are all within a couple of feet of the jack. And there's just talking about Bob Gibson. I just saw him, his head has come round the door there, under the head though here with weight. Need to get a lot of luck, won't do. Won't lose the bowl though. That's the number 3 for the Mooloolaba side.
Yeah, good bowl from John Clark there. I mean, well, a good result, should I say?
Good result. Was off target, but finished in a good catching pen. And of course, Dave Archer's brother as well was another one of the, he was synonymous with the bowls Dunedin, and of course Tairei, wasn't he? And very, very good player was Kevin.
Yep.
A formidable opponent. And of course, if we look now at this, events like this, Brett, you can't run these events, can you? These events without sponsors, and this event here, the 25th Speights tournament at Tairei, also with beachside Mooloolaba, of course, are playing as well, and CHNZ Target Accounting, still Stop and Mosgiel, Southern Food Distributors, Paul Calvert, who's playing as well in the event, and as Brett, it sponsors. You just got to have them to make these events come together, don't you?
You do, and I think it's characteristic of why Tairei are the Bowls New Zealand Club of the Year. Great club spirit, great involvement with the local community, and it takes a lot to put on a tournament like this to get a team over from Australia that we're watching today, and that's a real hallmark of just how Tairei works as a club and as a community.
Again, with weight on the search, trying to dislodge the 2. Well, it's through. I thought it's a triangle there. I just wonder.
Still going back to your feet, mate.
Where they're playing with far more weight than Mooloolaba skip. There's literally a triangle of counters sitting there, isn't there? And might just a bit obscured with the naming of the Speights Tairei Bowling Club name there. But if I'd say full contact into that triangle, you would get some movement, and that may move to the jack. Dave Archer just inquiring that being the Tairei skip, getting a bowl in behind the head there. You can clearly see there's definitely a shot on down there, Brett, isn't there, with weight. This bowl of Archer's going to come back. One of the, I'd say, challenges playing on that end rink of how far the bowl is going to come back. There's different speed, of course, on the green, just on that ditch side, and just as we just spoke about, that's the sort of shot now that Wesley hedges the skip, trying to play through that triangle of bowls.
Definitely playing with more weight. Is he going to hold?
Just going to sit outside the target, but that was the target all right for sure. 3 it is was the call we heard quickly there from Alistair Ward, the Tairei skip. Laurie Watson's from Tairei and that side, and Alexander Trevor Ludlow's from. So it's half and half, we'll call it.
We'll call it Mooloolaba Otago.
Mooloolaba South.
Yes. Good start for Dave Archer. I mean, he's a seasoned campaigner. As well as being a great administrator, he's been a top competitive player in Dunedin and nationally for a long time, and so they'll be a pretty formidable side.
Of course, one of New Zealand peers side was Mike Kernan, long time playing or mates out of the Otago centre, and the time limit game as well, Brett, just makes a difference. That you get a 3 to open your account with. It's on a time limit match is just handy to start off with that, isn't it?
Sure is. You really want to get in front and manage and be able to manage a lead and not be having to play catch up in such a short game. And so, I don't think the Tairei team could have started better.
So, running in October, and that green, I don't know what the pace is on it, Brett, it's a bit hard to short a length, this particular head, but it certainly looks to have a good pace on it and a good arc on it, which Tairei always has. They've always had very, very good greens, both the greens there.
Yeah, it's always a surface where you've got to take green, that you will get a lot of turn out of your bowls.
Oh, watch this bowl now, you'll see that's lacking a wee bit of weight. You can see that turn. It's definitely, you'll get the turn all right. And as we watch now, Trevor Ludlow's the Alexander player, and he's got that bowl. Let's see from there. That to be on a fairly good arc from there, where that should come from. Urging it on. And we'll duly do so, sitting behind the jack at 6 o'clock. And this will be interesting now. And asking, we've seen change of hand here for Mason. Is it that number 2 for Ken Mason? Carl Mason. Just see on that ditch hand, Brett, how much that moves off that bank. And looks pretty good, actually. It's cutting away, in fact. So just seeing how that bowl moved away, obviously there is a good draw sitting out there on the ditch hand.
Yeah, that took a really good arc. So obviously they'll, like a lot of end drinks as we call them, they'll just have to be careful not to get too wide. But this bowl is narrow and should end up well away.
Well, just see, Brett. You can see it. You can see a cut line down there out towards the ditch, and I just about say that backhand green to take out on that backhand side is just about on that cut line, and you'll come if you're inside that cut line. I think you'll pay the price of the finish, and this is a better green bowl here from number 2 for Archer, and it's going to be duly rewarded.
He caught it perfectly, Kevin. He went out to the cut line and ended up right on the jack. So that's 1 to the Tairei team, and Carl Mason will be pretty happy with that bowl.
Well, it's very good, Brett. Like early on in the season, I'm sure you'd agree to see a green early in the summer season, as we call it, where you're getting that much turn on your bowl, you're duly rewarded. It just shows that the green really is it's a good surface.
It certainly is, and compared to, if you like, the local greens in Auckland and North Harbour, which are still pretty slow this time of the year, this is probably playing at about the same pace that you would expect it to play right throughout the season. So it's giving the players a great chance to.
You'll see this bowl of war, but we'll see what we've spoken about. You'll get penalised if you haven't got that weight. We'll call it to the cut line. If you haven't got that weight there, you're not going to be rewarded. But it is good to see the players persevering on that backhand, because it has got a kind of draw. Back to the centre line and the jack, and this bowl certainly on that line. Should see it starting to move now, and will do so. It was only just the weight that pushed down past the head to be jack high.
Looking to take a couple of turns out of this one here, brings in 2 or 3. Just wait to
you heard that, David Archer saying to his number 3, Ali Ward, to stay on that backhand side, and you'll get to one of that bowl, which is across the head.
Close.
You're going to get a good reward for it. How long is it going to hold up here? Just going to disappear now.
Didn't quite have the weight that he was looking for, but it gives him another bowl on the head.
So the club, Tairei Club, it's got 187 members, Brett. So, and in fact, an overall total membership, if you take the social membership, of 279 members. So, on any count in New Zealand, that's a very, very, it's a very good club, in fact.
Yeah, look, I was lucky enough to be at the Bowls New Zealand Awards when we earlier in the season, and when Tairei were awarded the Club of the Year, and the representatives from the club talked a lot about just their engagement with the local community, the number of people that playing Business House and using the club, both as a place to play bowls, but also as a social facility. So, I think, that they're real a shining example of what's possible, not just in providing a good bowling experience, but a good club and social experience as well.
Well, there's 9 other organisations of various hobbies and crafts and all sorts of things that use the club as their sort of social meeting base or whatever. And in a place, of course, like Tairei, well, Mosgiel, that community bringing people together, it's rewarding for them, isn't it?
It is, and we've talked a lot about it in recent times about bowling clubs being community hubs, a place where people can get together and to play competitive sport, but also to for fellowship and to be and to be a facility that can be used by lots of different clubs, and I think Tairei epitomised that. Good shot on here for Dave Archer. He's holding shot and probably got 3 or 4 third shots, so he'll be looking to just come down and see if he can press the Mooloolaba bowl through, and perhaps gone a little bit too wide. Kevin?
I think so. It's just about the cut line, Brett, on that, which the viewers can actually see it as well. And of course, it's great to have our 2 skips out there, Dave Archer and Wesley Hedges. You'll hear them throughout the commentary this afternoon because they're also mic'd up. Thanks to Tamara, of course, and Erin, who do all the work. And it's pretty easy for us, really. We just sit here and talk. They bring all of the technical aspect to it. And it's interesting, though. This is at Tairei, because the very first, let's say, Bowls New Zealand live streaming event. It was Tamara and myself were there, and we did it all on phones at the National Championships at the Tairei Bowling Club a few years back, and that was our first venture into what I would call the social media commentary. And if you look how it's grown from then, it's just a common day broadcasting mechanism, isn't it?
Yeah, look, I think it's been an absolute game changer, Kevin, and all credit to you, Tamara, Erin, and the rest of the team. I mean, it's made the game much more accessible to bowlers, and it's also made it accessible to members of the public who might be looking to watch a bit of sport and have a chance to watch tournaments, both at international, national, and at events like this Taieri Invitational tournament, which is part of the Bowls New Zealand calendar, and as a result, people can see in some cases their clubmates, but in some cases players they haven't seen before. And I'm going to venture to say that most people haven't seen Wesley Hedges and John Clark from Mooloolaba before, certainly not New Zealanders, and I'm sure that there'll be a loyal following of people at the Mooloolaba Bowling Club, which is part of that magnificent Club Mooloolaba facility on the Sunshine Coast in Queensland. One of the absolutely top-notch clubs.
You're right in say, Brett, because like Phil Stevenson leading here for Dave Archer, I'll be honest, I don't know who Phil Stevenson is, but I've watched his bowls so far on the 3 ends to the 3rd end he's played, and every end he's had a bowl, if not 1 or 2, but I literally get one of them sitting literally right on the jack. And right now, if you look, he's got that shot bowl just
first,
out
mate.
from there, sitting at 7 o'clock, and it's got that bowl in behind the head as well. So any jack movement, of course, is favourable to the Tairei side. Whereas the Mooloolaba side, sadly, with this, they've only really got the chance of having 6 effective bowls in this particular head, and we all know from the experience that you win matches by having effective bowls in and around the head, don't you? They don't have to always be the shot, but if you've got effective bowls in and around the head, you've got every opportunity.
Yeah, look, it's the foundation up front and forwards that really wins games, and so far we'd have to say Phil Stevenson and Carl Mason are getting this Tairei team off to a great start.
Good effort here though from Laurie Watson. Just finishes jack low, may well be shot. You heard the skip, you heard the microphone there of the Mooloolaba skip. He was applauding that bowl as it came in, just fell lower the jack. Got a very interesting sort of delivery and addressing the delivery point is Carl Mawson. He's sort of very deliberate, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very deliberate, and so far pretty effective, Kevin.
Yeah, well, it's you and I both know, Brett, some things haven't changed in the years of bowls. That if you're getting those your bowls in around that metre, that would indicate that they've actually got the shot with that front bowl. Change the hand coming here for Laurie Watson going to that backhand. It'd be interesting to see where that backhand line sits coming the other way. And there you can see there, that's wide out on that cut line. You see the bowl move there, so it won't come back. So, as we rightly said before, going both ways, it would appear that cut line on the rink. And people say you don't play on the end rinks, etc. That's fine in some, but a lot of clubs now with good greens, once you can find that line early on in the match, it doesn't make a great deal of difference, does it?
That's right. And I think it is just a matter of adjustment. Yes, you'll get punished if you go too wide, but there's plenty of line out there.
Here's the trail, the balance. Oh, there was a great attempt there with the Tairei side, and in this time limit thing, you're 4 in front. You've got the drag of the jacks all in your favour. I'm not going to say you can close the game out, but you can very early on. You can make life pretty difficult. Now there you'll see this bowl here from the Mooloolaba side. Well, that was inside the cut line, and of course didn't have the. Now here's a big chance, chance for the Tairei side, isn't it?
Mooloolaba don't have a bowl past the jack, so any movement here, any touch on that jack is going to deliver some pretty good results for the Tairei team.
So Alistair Wall, long-time member of the club, but he's going to be narrow. He'll be disappointed with that. Doesn't want to touch anything to roll one of the opposition bowls into the head. I just wonder, Brett, that even though it's the one shot there that's in front, I just think perhaps that the Mooloolaba side are not going to get effective bowls trying to continue to play to that jack high bowl if they haven't gotten. So this bowl's going to go way past. So they're all of a sudden caught in a position. They've got one bowl lower the jack, but really they've got a lot of. I just think about consistency. I still feel they'd better get another bowl on the head on that backhand side of the draw.
I agree, Kevin, because even if they were to trail the jack, at least their bowl's going with it. But by leaving that shot open, I mean, what have we had? I think 3 bowls so far from the Tairei team, and 2 of them reasonably close.
They're all in the catching pen, aren't they?
Absolutely. So let's see what Dave Archer can do here. This is a sort of shot tailor-made for Dave. He plays with really good weight. Very good draw play, very consistent.
Now the bowl's Dunedin coach as well at the indoor centre in town.
Close here, Kevin.
He's just going to hang outside. That's the way to play the shot, though.
Absolutely.
Bowls, he played with that yard. We did play exactly with the yard because he finished right at the 2 metre mark, and that's the weight to play, to hold that bowl, to get to that jack line and get a trail on it. Pressure on here now for Trevor Ludlow, but he's on a good line. How far is it going to come back? If it sits inside this blue bowl, well,
Well,
It's
That speed's all right, Alan.
it helps, but it's still a 4-shot trail.
absolutely. And if Dave Archer, we can't see the very back bowl, which I think is one of Wesley Hedges' Mooloolaba team, but any movement here and Tairei are going to be feeling pretty happy.
Well, on that line again, or is it line to the shot bowl or the counting bowl or jack? He might get the contact off the back of the bowl and does.
And that's at least two, I think.
Maybe 3 shots. You could, two down was called, you might have heard it there. Some might say a wee bit fortuitous, Brett, but if you've got bowls in behind the head, you can play with that yard of weight through the head, can't you, with really no damage, no worries. Now Trevor Ludlow left to try and draw the shot. Going to get to the jack. No, he's not. Going to go past. The call was 2 down. And if it is, that's 6-0 after 3 in this hour and a quarter, hour and a half, is it?
Hour and a half.
Hour and a half. And we work on the premise of 7 minutes an end.
I think that's they're playing in a reasonably good clip.
They are.
So that puts Tairei out to 6 shots to 0 lead, which with about an hour and.
Well, we're an hour and 3 minutes, or hour and 4 minutes to go. So they are a good clip if you think about it, Brett, because we're now playing. What's the 4th end we're playing now? So they are getting through at a good clip. Of course, the Tairei Club, as you said, also as a number of the various southern clubs have got an indoor facility as well inside one of the older indoor facilities, a 4-rink inside the club. Also, of course, they've got a ladies' club there at Tairei, very strong ladies' club. And it's interesting, the ladies' club was actually formed in 1938, and with a waiting list, in fact. And in 1951, the ladies were requested to be off the green by 4:30 p.m. On a Tuesday and Thursday, so it could be rolled for men's evening play because of the late, the late, you can play there till 9 o'clock at night. And if you remember, you would well know, Brett, that Dunedin used to play in the club after work.
Absolutely. Well, those long southern twilights in the summer, sometimes it's, you can still play really till about 9:30, 10 o'clock at night.
I can tell you that the late Jim Christie and myself got defeated in the quarterfinals of the pairs at the Kaituna Club by Burgess and Galt. And,
yes.
And
Dave Galt and Colin Burgess.
Yes, and we finished.
Dave Burgess and Colin Galt. Sorry.
We finished that match at Kaituna at 9 o'clock.
Was that the year they won the national pairs, Kevin, or in the final?
I think it was the year they won the pairs. Correct.
Well, I'd better start this time from Trevor Ludlow with his bowls, and Carl Mason going to
finish low. I mean, there was the year John Murder won the singles in Dunedin, and I had the pleasure of catching up with John Murder in the last summer. Went back down there for the Taranaki Open Fours, and of course the Murder name in Taranaki. And in nationals in Dunedin in fours and singles, the Murder name is well known, and it's great to see that John's actually back doing coaching now in Taranaki.
Yeah, it's great to see him back involved in the game. I was fortunate enough to be in the New Zealand coaching system and to be coached by John back in the 1990s, and there's a lot of players that can record, the difference that he made in their play. Great player and probably one of the greatest coaches that we've had in the game in New Zealand.
I had the pleasure of playing with him in Taranaki, both representative and
Right,
at
Al,
club
we'll
because he was
get your
Taranaki
draw one close,
selector.
please, mate.
Played for New Zealand, one of the best number 2s ever to play for New Zealand. He was outstanding.
Yeah, part of that great Paratutu dynasty with David Baldwin, the MacArthur brothers, John's father Ken, his
Bruce Ballinger, Jim Christie,
Murray Fisher. Yeah, some great players and very dominant in fours.
They certainly were.
And I think John Murder and Dave Baldwin run the New Zealand pairs, and also won a fours together. So they were pretty formidable players and great guys off the green.
I must admit, I always enjoyed going back to Taranaki, going back to Paratutu and catching up with so many of the guys from there. Watch this bowl here from the Mooloolaba side, trying to get to that backhand draw, and it's it's there.
Just underneath that
one of the
well,
things
you need a touch more, Paddock, mate.
and forget out what sort of bowls you play with, but I just wonder now whether players, you would know from your days of playing as well, you found a mark, a site on the green where to go to. And we picked, I'm not saying that we're the absolute experts, but early on we picked that draw line, and and here's the reward really for getting to that line. Going to be short as well, but just, and as you know, Brett, one of the true things about the top players at this sport is that visual line that that to where your breaking point actually is, and especially when it's made for you like it is on this particular green here. It's to me, that's, well, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter what poles you play with. It's actually visualising there where you've got to go to.
Absolutely right, and
it doesn't matter the length of the head either, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, and in a way, with that cut mark that we can see there, it's actually a pretty good guide.
Oh, it's a very good guide.
Because, we know in Australia quite often they'll have chalk lines right down the ring,
yeah,
which again provide a good guide in terms of line. So, the mower mark, if you like, provides that same sort of line. Or you can actually see they have chalked. I couldn't see it from the other end. And so that's a pretty good guide when the jack's on the centre line or near the centre line, as it is here, to be able to play to. And you'd expect. See, we can see Dave Archer just gone a little bit wide there.
Dave was about
good speed,
great weight, just under jack level, but he was about a foot outside what I call the cut line. And of course, Ludlow.
Where's the edges?
Yeah. Well, there we go. He's going to get rewarded. Just going to depend on his weight.
I've just been doing a little bit of research about Wesley. He's been a regular playing in New Zealand. He's played in the Taranaki Fours a couple of times.
And because there is always, the last few years, a gentleman from Taranaki, an ex-rugby referee, by the name of George Locke, moved to Mooloolaba, and he was the catalyst of teams from Mooloolaba coming over to play in the Taranaki Open Fours.
There you go. All right. Well, thank you, Kevin. I didn't know that, but knowing your involvement with the Taranaki Fours, I'm not surprised that you knew you had that connection. Dave Archer would be pretty disappointed with those two bowls. First one wide with good speed. Second one narrow and short.
Well, although you're down on the head, Brett, it was really a no pressure head, really, was it? And just opening the door here for the Mooloolaba side to. It doesn't want to move the jack around too far.
Could have been a slice of hell.
Could have been the pads. So it looks like Alistair Ward's getting the measure out. Is he? You'd think the jack level bowl.
Put a tape on it, boys. It's a bit quicker.
Yeah, there's a good call. It's a very good call. Thank you, David Archer. But that comment from Dave Archer as well is a good spirit of the game, isn't it?
Exactly
When you're playing on a time limit, don't just stand over the top and look around, boys. You've got to measure in your pocket.
Absolutely.
Get it out and get it. So this is going to be interesting.
I think that's the shot bowl there.
That was all. Two it was. The jack level bowl, the whitey coloured bowl was always a shot bowl. So the Wesley Hedges They're underway now, scoring the 2.
And we can't miss the opportunity to say with now that we're watching Trevor Ludlow that I think
just to put quickly, sorry, but just a mature age gentleman walk out of the club room, just sitting down behind the rink there. That's Alistair Waugh's father, who's been a member at Tairei, for a long time and always wears a tie.
Outstanding. I'm old enough to remember 2 of the great Dunedin players, Gordon Jolly and Kevin Darling, who I don't think were ever seen on the bowling green without a tie.
Correct.
Both great players in Dunedin and also for New Zealand. Trevor Ludlow, who's leading for the Wesley Hedges skip team from Central Otago, from Alexandra, which will be the headquarters club for the national fours and mixed pairs to be played in Central Otago in February-March of 2023. A replay of the 2021 nationals, which I think most people would agree was one of the best national tournaments that we've seen in recent years, just in terms of the hospitality and just the experience of just playing bowls in such a magnificent part of New Zealand.
The only problem was, Brett, was 3/4 of the way through the tournament, we got a COVID lockdown imposed upon us, and the organisers had to split the clubhouse into 2. And it was and in fact we commentated the final. Great opening bowl here from the Tairei side, and the spectators were on there's a big wire fence around the green, and they were on the top. They were standing on top of utes and other things to watch, because it was only the players that were allowed into the clubhouse. We were inside there doing the commentary. And I must say, the great thing to me about the whole thing, well played here, a great effort.
Second shot, but probably the best bowl we've seen played on that hand so far.
The great thing about the event at Central Otago, for people watching, I urge you, get your entry in and go down, because going out to those country clubs around the region, it was I just absolutely loved it. We were going to these little wee clubs all around the place. I had the pleasure of having morning tea with Andrew Hall, the All Black grandmother, and the Hall family who live in that whole region. But the whole hospitality that was given to us in Central Otago was absolutely outstanding.
Oh, look, I agree, Kevin. I mean, we had a pretty good run in the fours, as you may remember, and so I remember the experience of fans being outside of or spectators being outside of the green, but going to Roxburgh and just getting bowls and bowls of fresh fruit for the players. We played the first day of post-section play in the fours at Amakau.
Oh, right,
and that was a great one green club, magnificent green. And the hospitality was just amazing, and I'm really looking forward to getting down and playing down there again with Bevan Smith, Ian Monaghan, and Brian Little, our composite team. Bevan and I, Bevan the ex-Commonwealth Games sprinter, who plays at the Takapuna Club with me in North Harbour, and Ian Monaghan and Brian Little from the Palmerston North club. So we'll hopefully we can avoid Morris Symes this time, though. I watched Morris in the End Centre last week, still playing for Marlborough, though we all know he's now moved to Taranaki, and Morris is in pretty good nick, so I think he'll be hard to head off again.
So here's Alistair Waugh leading 6-2 as the home side, the Tairei side, and Waugh playing up to, you'll see the shot bowl there, going to just inside, finishes jack level.
And a little bit more weight,
Good bowl. Next best was the call you might have heard there from David Archer. It looks like one side they've defeated. They've got the backpacks on. They're on their way. Not liking that is
John Clark.
John Clark. He didn't like that. Well, there we go. You saw it, Brett. Just exactly what we're talking about outside the chalk line there. And it was more weight than he wasn't that far away, really.
So 18 inches on your last good line. You're turning that or you're getting to there.
So you heard that call there from David Archer, either turn the front or come through the port. If you rested that bowl out, Brett, I think on that backhand through the head there, could well make 3 shots of it. It's going to be on the wide side. You heard Dave Archer, and he did play with, well, literally with ditch weight too. Drawing right down to right under the number. There's nothing wrong with that if you're going to attack one bowl on the head and you've got a bowl sitting right on that 0.2 metre mark. You're on the right on the centre line.
It's one of those heads where it brings to mind one of John Muta's great philosophies, which was play faulty narrow. So in a situation like that where there are bowls inside the jack and there's a chance to get a little bit of a result off those bowls, you get nothing by being wide, so play a little faulty narrow. So just with a sort of a tighter line. So we'll see if Dave Archer does that with his bowl.
The thing about that, Brett, you're 100% correct. But I don't want to overemphasise the point. To be able to play those shots, your delivery out of the hand has got to be, you've got to get it right. Otherwise, you're going to finish up with a completely ineffective bowl. Now, Dave Archer has got a good delivery. We played a lot with Mike Kernan, I wonder why.
Yes.
And here we are looking at that exact shot that we were talking about, Brett. Just going to be a bowl and a bit outside there. But that's the minute you start to bring your hand in, so to speak, you're just going to drift away ineffectively under the head. Interesting, I saw this morning Mike Kernan at North East Valley. He was marking and going to make a fashion statement comment. He's got a new hat.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, I suppose you can have 2 hats in your life.
Well, it's a peak. It was like an English, an Andy cap, peak cap it was.
Oh, well, of course, Birmingham, where we played the recent Commonwealth Games, is where Peaky Blinders originated from.
It was a Peaky Blinders hat that he had on this morning.
Well, I'm going to guess he secured that from Birmingham. Perhaps it was a gift from someone, Kevin.
Would have been. Yes. How's this line from Archer? This is going to hold to get to the counting bowls. Will get across to that bowl on the inside. Does so. Has he turned it enough? And it's a shot. And you're right. There we saw an example, Brett, as you rightly said. It was controlled narrow.
Yeah, great. 2 really good line bowls from David Archer, but to your point, good weight. Not flying at it, just playing with good line. Pushing to it, keeping that sort of that faulty narrow line, if you like, particularly with the second bowl. And it wasn't exactly the result he was looking for,
but it was in the area,
and he gave himself a chance.
Yeah. You're not too far. And the rest, of course, the Tairei Club, home of William Carswell, who was his first to win out of Tairei his national title in 1888, and he was one of the first inductees into the initial Bowls New Zealand Hall of Fame in 2013. So was a very proud Tairei member.
He was definitely before our time, Kevin. But I have seen a photo of him winning I think it was the New Zealand singles title, definitely a singles final, playing in a blazer, tie, and white jersey. So slightly different uniform in those times. How they coped with the hot weather like this and we're seeing today in Tairei, I don't know, but I guess it was a different time and a different expectation in terms of what you wore on the green.
Well, you took Kevin Darling. There was a Bowls New Zealand clip just in fact last week with Kevin Darling in his tie, playing the final of the New Zealand singles against Robin Milne
from Geraldine. I remember it well.
Yeah, and there was a photo of, and and this is a fact, the umpire was called,
Mm-hmm.
and he brought his mirror out on the green to see whether the jack was in.
Yep.
But he actually brought out a tray from the kitchen, a silver tray from the kitchen. That's
Classic.
And in this highlight clip, which Bob New Zealand had it last week, it showed you the umpire coming out and getting everything all rigged up on the side, on the line, on the peg, only to find that actually no, he didn't have the mirror. He actually had a silver tray from the kitchen.
That's classic. Well, that's definitely worth going onto the Bowls New Zealand YouTube site and having a look at. That I remember that final well because Kevin Darling was
Had the tie on, by the way.
Yeah, and was definitely the favourite to win that, and that was the one and only title that Robin Milne won. Though Robin was a very good singles player, and of course that final commentated on by our great mate, recently departed Ian Birch.
It was Ian Birch, the Bowls,
and Ian recently passed away in his early 90s, but he was really the person who revolutionised the game, introduced a lot of these professional tournaments that like the one we're watching today at Tairei, and he was a great man.
Well, it's the other TV and Z man, Doug Armstrong and Ian Birch, were synonymous with so many of those events.
And then our good mate Stu Scott, who really revolutionised radio commentary of bowls, with which I think you and I and people like Peter Keane had the pleasure of doing comments with Stu, and people like Gary Fleming, and again that made the game accessible.
Well, I was out, in fact, this last week as we watched Ali War, the skip, number 3 for the Tairei side, leading 8-2 with 44 minutes left on the clock now, on the forehand, holding shot.
Well, this looks a little tight.
Looks a wee bit tight. As I was out for lunch, in fact, last week with a gentleman by the name of Phil McCabe. Phil McCabe was National Insurance, worked alongside Paul Hunt, who's now the Bowls Tauranga man, and they were responsible for they were National Insurance in those days, and obviously, and I was doing work with National Insurance, with the Bowlpack Insurance, and I remember Stu Scott and myself getting, and the place was just placarded with National Insurance. It was the year that Mike Kern won the singles actually at Onehunga. And we were told by the powers to be inside the studio at News Talk ZB, or well, not News Talk ZB then, but we had to cut back on the advertising. We were commercialising. They weren't paying for the 30-second slots.
Yeah, well, Birchie did a great thing for our game, and just introducing the sort of more professional element, the sets, format, just moving away from the games being so long, and I like this format, an hour and a half, nice and snappy, and you'd have to say at this stage, this Tairei team just look like they're going a little better.
Well, the good thing of the Tairei side now, really, you've got an 8-2 lead, you've got a time limit. As long as you're getting bowls around the head, if you drop a 1, that happens, that's fine. But you just don't put yourself in a position where you're going to drop a 3 or a 4 or a significant number. If we look at this head now, it's become now the way the head's sitting. It's literally a one-handed rink, one-handed option as well. So therefore, that also eliminates scoring opportunities of significant numbers, because both sides are going to have to play. They can't play. Well, you couldn't play an effective scoring bowl really on the ditch hand at this point. Archer,
he's close here.
Needs to just get inside this bowl. He's going to sit on one of the back bowls.
A little bit heavier than he wanted, though.
He's a metre heavier, more likely what he wanted to be. And they're trying now, Wesley Hedges. He's going to be under the line, but how much weight's he got to turn something through or slide something through like that? Got the inside slide.
And I think that's one to Mooloolaba.
2 down's the call.
Well, 2 down. So he's
Oh, I think there's a chance here. I think, and he'd have to play with weight. It's a swinging weight down through that port. You get to the shot bowl. We got to the shot bowl, got the inside of it. It could get to the jack and could get a good result, but to hold up on that particular hand, Brett, though, you will have to play because it's a different line altogether, and they'll definitely need to have. Well, I reckon he'll need more weight than that to actually get the result. And yeah,
we got the teapot.
Teapot came out. You're going to play. It's got the big teapot because that was actually a quick shot down through there.
Yeah, I think he was in 2 minds. I heard Ali say, well, look, you can just draw down that side. So I think we got. I don't think he was quite settled with what shot he was going to play, and that's given Mooloolaba a chance to get a couple of shots, maybe 3 here.
Because the draw really wasn't on. It have to be really precise to get the draw. Going to go by as the Mooloolaba skip as the bowler Wesley Hedges and Ali.
I think it was 2 to Mooloolaba.
He indicated 2. I thought I heard him say 2 shots. So the lead now for Trevor Ludlow, the Central Otago man, isn't he?
He is. So look, that with 40 minutes to go, that puts gets the margin back to 4, and the Mooloolaba team, who really have been struggling up front against a steady Tairei team, now only 4 shots behind with 40 minutes left, so by our calculations, that's probably 5 or 6 ends. So they're right back in this game.
So what we're bringing you here, of course, is quarter final at the top end of the draw, and we'll be bringing you, of course, following this, we'll be bringing you the semi-finals as well. So there's still 8 sides going into it, into this round, and they have got, well, we don't really know who they are because they've got sort of sponsors' names as their owners, and going by is it's interesting, isn't it? What we spoke about before is that the lead for Dave Archer, Phil Stevenson, those first 3-4 ends got bowls right on the head early on.
Absolutely.
Hasn't done so the last couple of ends, and so now just shows the importance. There's a metre left there on that backhand draw. You heard Dave Archer take a yard off and get that bolt. Look, it's interesting how his hands positioned, being pedantic, to get that, because it's sort of cramped inside that backhand. But he's got a good line on this. How's the weight? This is coming back towards the centre lines. They've got the weight to get all the way down. No, it hasn't, but that was certainly, it was the line.
Yeah, still fancy it there.
And it's in this direction that that we've seen the Mooloolaba team really struggle. They haven't scored coming this way, I don't think, in the game. And as a result, we've got the Tairei team just really calling the tune. And here's a good bowl from Carl Mason. I'm sorry, that was from Laurie Watson. So now we've got Carl Mason on the mat. He's been playing pretty well on the backhand side coming this way.
Laurie Watson, the number 2 for the Mooloolaba side, it plays out of Tairei. As we watch this bowl,
pretty good here, Carl.
He's played this well.
This is better. Gets inside the bowl. He's going to draw it. Will he? Yes, he has. Just drawn right on 6 o'clock, right on that centre line.
Touch of the jack's good.
Just behind Jack is the godfather, Ali War's father, sitting there directly behind the rink with his tie on. They have a group of them at Tairei, and not being harsh, Brett, but I would imagine their numbers are dropping away. Let's say in that same age ilk who regularly, daily in fact, meet down at the Tairei Club in the afternoon, and they no doubt have a couple of quiet 7 ounces and have a chat and reflect on everything that's going on in the world. There's a group of them, and they've got their own chairs inside the club rooms there where they...
And again, you run this out, mate. Yeah, it's worth
And isn't it the great thing about our game that, you know, that it can be a
Great ball
community
here,
hub?
that touch of the jack around the corner. Well, it's a community club for them.
That's right. And
You're right,
you know,
blue
and
ball, you
bowling
get shot.
clubs play that role in a community of not just a place to play bowls, but a place where people can get together for fellowship, support each other, and that's an important role. We saw that during COVID, where, you know, a lot of bowling clubs, you know, were keeping in touch with members and supporting them. So again, on this end, we can see that the Tairei team are really putting the pressure on Mooloolaba again, forcing them to play that bank side.
Well, because of that jack low bowl about a metre out, it's really cut off the backhand down through there to the jack. So the ditch hand on the forehand, that for both sides is really the counting option. And Ward's got this out on a good line. If he comes over the head, yeah, not going to be. He's pretty happy with that bowl, rightly so. You heard Dave Archer say, "What a screamer!" because it sat on one of the Mooloolaba bowls and also gave the Tairei side a bowl in behind the head. As I see Mrs. Archer come out onto the clubhouse, goes out from the clubhouse looking for the jack, will not get it underneath. So that's where on this length, Brett, that line and weight, it's got to be precise, doesn't it? Because you just won't get rewarded, will you?
Absolutely.
And the good thing about Ali Wall, when he played that bowl, he played with enough weight for the bowl to hold up, sit on the Mooloolaba bowl. Interesting. Change your hand here from War. He must be going behind the head, I would think.
Yeah, I heard Dave Archer say we've got 2, maybe 3. Come around the back here, obviously looking to make sure they cover. He's a bit tight.
Well, he might get a bit of luck here.
Oh, he can, well.
He might get a bit of luck.
A bit of luck is I think that was 3 wicks and a touch.
Yeah, it was. That was quite right around the table, wasn't it?
Yep.
It touched all sides.
And you got to say that's made, you know, a head that was already pretty difficult for Wesley Hughes, Wesley Hedges, should I say, the Mooloolaba skipper is now looking very tricky.
Well, I just heard them say through the microphone, you watch the replay here, and you'll see wick slide, jack round the corner off the centre line, and I just heard the Mooloolaba skipper say, this is very difficult to play to.
Yeah, I think you'll be looking to play with a bit of weight to this, because to hold it up on that hand, it doesn't muck around, does he, Wesley?
So Australian-like. Well, this will be interesting to see playing. He is playing, Brett, with that searching weight. He doesn't want to get the port, might sit on the bowl. That'll give him a second shot. That's a great result for the Mooloolaba side.
Just fell out, so he may still be 2 down.
Yeah, there's 2 shots we just heard there. Of course, leading 8-4, holding on to 2 here with 33 minutes left on the clock.
Who's that in front?
Pretty handy.
Yeah, that one.
Dave Archer just...
That one. I know that's against us. The one close.
Just trying to establish.
That was a very good bowl. Because it was a hard head to play to for Wesley Hedges. And the other thing, as you well know, Brett, is knowing he's got to reach the head. So where do you go and what line do I take? And he was always in the target area to sit on something.
Yep, and again, that sort of faulty narrow line. Just making sure you're not going to miss, and you give yourself a chance of getting that contact. Good bowl here with Dave Archer.
Yeah, he's right on that draw line now. It's going to depend on weight. Is he going to get under it? Well, it doesn't, but it gets a slide. And, well, it doesn't count, but it just makes it more challenging for Wesley Hedges to get past that now.
3 down, are we?
3's
oh, it did count. It did count. So that's a big bowl from Dave Archer.
So it's interesting adopting the Australian approach, and is what he said. Then I play through, push and prod through the bowls. That's what he didn't like. That didn't look good out of the hand. What about the slide machine?
Oh, unbelievable!
What about that?
Unbelievable.
Boy, I'd like to see a replay of that.
What am I doing, Ellie?
Holy ghost.
Dave Archer saying, what am I doing?
Well, he can't get out of it. There's only way, and he can't drive the front blue bowl because I don't think he's got a vision to that. But that bowl would have, I'd say, in fear, Brett was more likely half a metre off target.
If not a metre, Kevin, and to get the back edge of a bowl like that and to send it. I mean, if their bowl had continued out of the head,
here's this
here we
replay
go.
now. You'll see it now. 1, 2, 3. Knocks the other one across. Can't do anything about that, David. Can you?
No.
Get the Tairei skip. Well, it gives that laugh, which he didn't. He wasn't really laughing. And with the front bowl there, it makes it, to get that weight. And can't drive it because of the front bowl.
And if that white bowl had gone out of the head, they would have been about 5 down.
Correct.
So thank you, Tamara, for the excellent work in preparing that replay. He's close here.
There's a big effort here from Archer to get to sit onto the front bowl, jar it out of the head. That was a fantastic effort because that, Brett, was a very, very difficult shot to play on that ditch hand. Get the weight and line right to dislodge, get a jar shot onto the front and remove that shot bowl. And then it wasn't far away.
Absolutely, and in the context of this game, that was a 4-shot turnaround. So so that was the difference between Tairei getting out to potentially a 11-4 lead, and now suddenly it's 8-5, 30 minutes to go. So 4, maybe 5 ends. And while Tairei is still making the play, the Mooloolaba team are hanging in there.
Well, they are. It's one of these things now whereby one, certainly don't want to drop a number. They don't have to go searching for shots to Mooloolaba side. When you're at 8-5, if you can get a good hit together, and that's where, especially in fours, where the leads play such a vital role. Especially near that back end of the game, to be able to get that good start to consolidate the head. And Phil Stevenson, who started off the game so well, you hear Dave Archer, he likes this bowl of Stevenson's. It's making its way down towards the head, and it's going to do so right on the centre line. It'd be a metre over the jack, but was heading for the right area.
It's been quite noticeable. The heads have been a lot looser coming this way. The players just seem to be struggling a little bit with the speed. Trevor Ludlow's played a cracker here.
Front toucher gets a touch on it. I don't know where they get a bit of, because the hill, what do they call it? There's a name for the hill, which you can see just out the back of there. It's Saddle Hill, and the wind comes down through there. Because what we can't see, you can see some hills there on one end, but well played here.
Magnificent bowl by Phil Stevenson to 1 to Tairei.
Of course, the touch shot to the jack favours that of the Mooloolaba side on the backhand. Laurie Watson will be trying to get down to the shot bowl, get a movement on the jacks, get an applause here from Wesley Hedges on the way down, but won't reach. It's going to be short of the jack.
That's a pretty disappointing bowl when you've got 2 catches.
Is it an Australian thing on which it seems to be, and you've watched a lot of the bowls out of Australia, they do clap a lot.
They do. They do, yes. It appears, you can get a clap even just for delivering the bowl. Carl Mason here looking to just try and get past the jack and give them a catcher. Hasn't achieved that. He's dropped short.
They've got to get a bowl over the head, don't they? That's for sure, because the backhand trail certainly, favouring that of the Mooloolaba side as we watched Laurie Watson now trying to get down, gets past the front, going to do so. That's like the Spanish wall up there. It's a one hand now. That's really, I would say, just about there. It's killed the ditch hand now, really.
I agree. So Tairei will now just be trying to get another bowl close, just to try and consolidate that shot that they're holding, and force the Mooloolaba team to play with weight to try and remove it. You heard Dave Archer say good track here, Carl. This bowl's coming very well. He's going to break in there, and that'll be second shot. So that's 2 to Tairei.
Yeah, mate, you got to reach.
Slightly
For the
past
jack
the
through
jack,
the
but
hole.
still a good opportunity for
Doesn't matter if you're yard behind.
John Clark, the Mooloolaba third, to either sit the bowls or to trail a jack.
Well, any out of Australia beers, we know this is their game. This is what they love playing, and he's going to finish up short. We're not going to hold up, is it? It's going to slide again, is it? One of the Australians' favourite shots is that I'd say push and stay, push and prod shot, which they play so well with a metre of weight through the head, reaching to the jack of the bowls. And of course, so many of the, especially the Gold Coast, the pace of the greens as well suits that sort of shot play ideally. Now, Tairei just got to be careful here that they don't try to waste bowls ineffectively under the head. They need to be behind playing that ditch hand. They've done that. Because if they are going to play that hand now, it's not to score. It's really to give them, as Ali Ward has done there, that back bowl in.
Indeed, and this is one of those frustrating games where typically Tairei have had the shot after the lead in the seconds finish. And the Mooloolaba, John Clark and Wesley Hedges are attacking to try and get the shot. And so for Tairei, it's about, well, how do you protect it? How do you consolidate it when you're leading 8-5?
So trying to get down, this is what we spoke about. But of course, that target now with that front bowl, even playing down on the forehand, that reaching weight, it's a pretty small target.
It is, and very uncharacteristic bowl there from John Clark, dropping short.
But here's a chance for Ali Ward to put another bowl into the counting area on the forehand side, leading 8-3, and that really puts the pressure on Wesley Hedges, and it's going to be on the wide side.
Guess it's another catcher for them, though it's a long way back. We've typically seen Wesley Hedges play with attacking weight, but not driving.
I don't know. I'm not sort of weight that he can really play, that Wesley Hedges can really play here, Brett, to get it to hold up to the jack line because of the front. You see that front whitish bowl there, and that it's a pretty tight line down there, really, with weight now, with all those bowls up the front. You're not going to get much of an arc back to the. Yeah, he's going to play it on the backhand. Well, this will be challenging down on the ditch hand. And as we saw before, you certainly got to play it with weight that's going to hold up. You'll see that disappear real quick.
Absolutely, yeah. That's a tough shot to play on that hand, particularly with the way that side's playing. So 2 to Tairei. They're leading 8-5, and David Archer here will just be looking to try another shot. Maybe just try and get past, just to provide a little bit more cover.
But the good thing for the Tairei side here, though, is that it's a very low chance head that the Mooloolaba side are playing to, and that bowl there is actually in a pretty good spot because of the weight that was played by Wesley Hedges. That's the area where the jack would move to. Now, got the bowl out wider. Now it's swinging, but it's going to swing enough. Not again. Not again.
Oh,
he's done it again.
He's done it again. Unbelievable. Faulty narrow, but good weight. And
you could see the danger signs 3/4 of the way down as it moved its way towards that white bowl. One shot out of 8-6. Archer going to follow now, and he'll have to play with what he's got to play with, reaching weight to get through those bowls on that backhand side.
He's close.
There's a pretty good effort here from David Archer. Is it going to hold up? No, there it goes.
Just didn't quite have the weight. So that's another one to Mooloolaba, and suddenly it's an 8-6 game with 22 minutes left.
There's been the last couple of ends, we've seen literally about a 7-shot turnaround. With the 2 bowls that the Mooloolaba skips played, it's reduced. They were down on the hit on both occasions, and Wesley Hedges got what I would say without being speaking ill, a fortuitous slide to the jack or shot bowls and was rewarded accordingly. Jack's been delivered now right to the 2 metre mark as we play the quarter final of the Taieri Invitational 7,000. And thank you, of course, to all of those sponsors. Speights, of course, the major sponsor. Beachside Mooloolaba, CHNZ, it's Commercial Hire New Zealand, Target Accounting, the Still Shop in Mosgiel, Southern Food Distributors, Paul Calvert. Those sponsors do an absolutely magnificent job in making sure that these tournaments can deliver. 25 years this tournament has been going. A very picturesque Tairei Bowling Club just out of the town area of Mosgiel, 2 Green Club. So on the backhand is Trevor Ludlow, the Central Otago man, and of course the number 2, Laurie Watson. He's going for the jack as Ludlow's going to get the jack clean, gets a touch on the jack, sits right on top of it. And you heard David Archer, who's mic'd up, saying to Phil Stevenson, follow that line down on that backhand, get past that front bowl, give yourself another metre of weight on the backhand. And this is on a good line, as long as it stays up, and Will comes behind. That's a good effort. Sits in behind the jack, one down, in a very good position. You hear there, Wesley Hedges saying to Laurie Watson, it's the local player, the Tairei player. It's where you need to get to. It looks to be tight. How long is it going to hold up, though? It's coming down towards the counting bowl. Doesn't want to get the jack. Dislodges the bowl. Slides by. So saying to the number 2, to Carl Mason on that backhand. Draw down to the jack level position.
In the zone, mate.
So in the zone, all right, as it comes down towards the jack in the centre line. This is a shot bowl right alongside the jack. So you heard there Wesley Hedges very quickly saying to Laurie Watson, follow that bowl. That bowl of Carl Mawson sitting right alongside the jack, that shot.
And I think looking at the green, Kevin, it's just...
Look, see this jack move again, are we? Yes, we are. The clean trail on the jack.
Very close.
One down.
One down's a call from... So that jack must be... Oh, there we can sort of see it there. It's right down. It's not right. There's a bowl in between there.
And I think, Kevin, there's a little bit more shelter. You talked a little bit about the breeze. There's not a lot of breeze out there, but it's just a little bit more sheltered this way with that fence.
There is.
Which is just meaning the bowls are just not quite turning quite so much as they are in the other direction.
And there's the case there, sadly, for the bowl of Carl Mason steering the bowl, trying to steer the bowl down to the jack. And the shot that Laurie Watson played, although it was the old story really, Brett, isn't it? At number 2, if you're down, you've got to be up.
Absolutely.
And he certainly was, and he just drew through the jack.
And the Tairei team will be feeling pretty frustrated because they've really had the best of this game. They've tended to hold the shots most of the time after the leading 2 have played. And you know, they've forced Wesley Hedges and John Clark to play a lot of reaching bowls. But they've got some amazing results, particularly the last few ends.
They're big turnarounds. So the big thing here for Ali Ward, the number 3 for the Tairei side, with his father sitting there, very intent, watching, making sure, now you get up there, son. And I'm just going to say the key thing here, Brad, is that the Tairei side and going by, but they've got to play with reaching weight up through there. Can't be short. Not going to get any reward. It'll reach up there, and now they've got that bowl there. If the jack moves, it's certainly in their favour. And this will, on that wider hand now, is John Clark, and this will be interesting to see, Brett, because it's a different line with that jack right down to the back of the green. and going into the ditch. So it is a different line as well on that other hand, isn't it? Because
absolutely. So David Archer saying, look, change your hand, Ali, and sort of come down and see if you can run into some of those bowls and just open it up a little bit for me.
if you try and dead draw it, you'll be narrow. So he's got to make sure that he's reaching through those bowls, which he's doing. Get a slide, inside slide, and out and in.
Oh! Almost the shot. He turned.
Saw Dave Archer just hands on the hips.
Turned Carl Mason's bowl up, and for a moment it was the shot.
It was.
And then it sat down, and so they're still one down. And the frustration levels just continue a little bit for the Tairei 4. But definitely a good setup now for Dave Archer.
I just wondered, Brett, we can't quite see from here, but now with the trails on that other hand, there's a front bowl there, I know, but whether Archer can get down there and draw, because we saw the bowl before of Ali Wars going behind the head, and it's interesting, yeah, so we're seeing that Wesley Hedges, he feels comfortable. Well, that's way under the line.
Yeah, no, he wasn't happy when he let it go, and now we can see why. It's that's a shocker. Short and narrow.
See, it's persevering is Archer on what we call the wider, the ditch hand, and he'll try and get down to one down, leading 8-6, 15 minutes to go, and no, that's. Yeah, I just wonder whether, to be fair, Brett, to playing with a lot of weight on the other hand to the blue bowl and jar the other bowl, because they're sitting right on top of one another. You could jar the bowl out of their head, but
a much better bowl from Wesley.
It is, and of course Archer doesn't want to lose the bowl, which is second shot sitting there. You see the charcoaly bowl and the blue bowl.
And I guess
he agreed. Yeah, although wasn't comfortable with Dave Archer, Ali War indicated to him you've got to play with more weight, and I agree, because the only way it's going to hold up into the target area is with more weight. Less weight, it's just going to disappear. So here is Archer, and he is.
Looks wide.
But he's out on that wider line. Now the line's through the port. Oh, he doesn't want to knock another one. So now we're...
if anything, Dave Archer's been caught playing a little tentative, I think, in the last 2 or 3 ends. I mean, it's tricky because you're leading. Typically, they're only one down in the head. But you know, all the same, Mooloolaba are just, you know, chipping away at that lead, and now it's 8-7, anyone's game, with probably 2, maybe 3 ends to go.
Yeah, but so from Dave Archer's point of view, Brett, there comes a time where you've actually, in the match, where you've got to try and play sensibly, but you've got to play percentage shots, and the danger is trying to play on that ditch hand to play those sort of shots. You've got to, it's just, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it's certainly challenging. Whereas I felt that to play with literally drive weight on the other hand, we've seen the fortuitous, and this is where the important part of the game now. The Mooloolaba lead went nowhere. Here was the chance for Phil Stevenson to deliver a really good starting bowl for the Tairei side. Didn't do so.
Closer this time from Trevor Ludlow.
Well, he's opened the door, and yeah, it's finished jack level. It's like a game of, well, it's like chess draft, isn't it? You know, you really fours, Brett, isn't it? You sort of, you've got to take the opportunity at the start, and then you've got to counter and build from there, don't you? Better line here, better opening, better second bowl, I think, here from Stevenson was certainly out. A better line out of the hand. How far is it coming back to that centre line goes by, and there, well, it was, as far as the line was concerned, he had it perfectly, just a metre of weight.
Yeah, it just seems coming this way as the bowls get out into the the less sheltered part of the green, they're not the finish is not quite as consistent.
No, it's not. But the good thing is that, and it's a tribute, as always, to Bob Gibson, that you've got a surface which you are going to get rewarded if you play it right. Now, here's
a close ball.
This is all going to depend on weight coming to the jack now. How far is it going to roll? Well played.
Yeah.
Well played from Carl Mason, and just sitting around behind the jack. So, on the backhand is Laurie Watson, and that also, you'll see a point down there, Brett, if you do get out just a fraction, the bowl just seems to, I'm not going to say it hangs out, but it just sits on a straight line for a few feet where you think it would be starting to move back towards the head. And so on the forehand for Carl Mason, the door's open now for the Tairei side to get another counter, and that's under the line. You can see that out of the hand, but will it get down to sit on this jack level bowl? It's just going to go by. More, they had a yard too much weight to get that result.
Now, what magic can John Clark and Wesley Hedges conjure up this time?
And of course, today, bringing you this Taieri Invitational 7000 is the start, literally. Last week, of course, there was the end, but of the events, as we'll call them, this is really the Labour weekend is the start of the Summer of Bowls, and Bowls New Zealand will be bringing a host of events right throughout the summer from around the country, and also wait and see where our New Zealand side, what goes on when they go to Australia, but we'll be bringing you a full coverage of all of the major events around the country, and we trust that our bowlers and families, friends, supporters enjoy this coverage that Bowls New Zealand, under the stewardship of Erin and Tamara, the technical wizards, that we're able to bring to you, and how far we've come, Brett, isn't it? And you remember the days where people used to say, you've got to get bowls televised, got to get bowls televised. And funny, you still get people saying, and I think we've got the best television of the whole lot now because it's free.
We saw a drive there from John Clark, so Taieri still holding one. That first bowl from Carl Mason, and Dave Archer and Ali were just having a bit of a chat about, okay, well, what do we do here?
Well, key thing here, Brett, 8 minutes to go. Mooloolaba have really played their hand of what they're going to do. So now for the Tairei side, I'd be happy to draw the shot, and if I've got a movement on the jack, moved it off that centre line, that's all in our favour.
Absolutely. And that's a disappointing bowl. One place you don't want to be when you're holding is short.
Because even then, you've got there's another bowl of Carl Mason sitting down deeper on the rink here, and sure, if he drives the bowl out, there is quite a bit of room for Dave Archer, a very accomplished player, a gold star holder, of course, in the Dunedin centre. But at this time of the match, we're at 8 minutes. We are, we might get two more in, just depends. This one, no, we won't.
I think we'll get probably one in after this.
I think that'll just about clock it out.
Now Wesley Hedges on the probe. He's close here.
Just starting to move now. And the Tairei side must get another bowl now on the head. Dave Archer knows that because they indicated very early on from the number 3 how they were going to get to this head to get into a scoring position. So it's Archer here. It's got to get, and it's got to be a counter.
Absolutely. You'd back Dave Archer to draw the shot.
Well, has it got the weight? No, it hasn't.
No, another short bowl.
No, it hasn't.
Possibly a little in the way, but we've seen that hasn't worried Wesley so far.
No, it hasn't. You would think, unless it depends on the weight, that it could put that line off. And we'll see now. Here it comes. Here it comes. There's that slide. Here it comes. And there it was.
Well, Ali War signals that Tairei are holding one. Dave Archer would have had his hand in his mouth, having dropped short and given him a bowl to come off.
3 ends in a row.
Unbelievable.
3 ends in a row that we have seen Wesley Hedges, let's say, not been totally on target.
Well, it's an old saying in the game, you know, you've got to be up when you're down, and he's proved that right throughout this game. Can Dave Archer get another bowl?
No, he can't.
No, short again. Very tentative from David in this game, particularly this back end. You know, obviously trying to manage the lead, but missing chances to convert and to add shots when.
Well, the worst thing about that, and I don't like to be critical of players, but he was short, but he was also missing on the narrow side.
Yep.
And there was so on the proper draw side, there was no danger because the second shot bowl of the Mooloolaba side was in fact jack high or over the head. So it wasn't going to really, one would think, make a difference. So there we are at 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes to go. Tairei leading 9-7. Jack's been delivered. I think we're at the last end, Brett.
I think so, and this is the direction where typically Phil Stevenson and Carl Mason have dominated for the Tairei team, but obviously a bit of pressure on now, so let's see how they go.
First bowl at Phil Stevenson's narrow. And I'm sure you'd agree, Brett, and thank you to the greenkeepers who put those lines now in the green, because you very quickly know out of the hand what the line looks like on its way travelling towards the jack, and you can see very quickly as we watch this bowl, it's going to be under the line as well, but it's going past with the jack. Well, look, so it's going to be under the line. The great guide though for Phil Stevenson, really on this last end. This is where you lead. Just you got to. If you don't get the shot, you've got to get something very close.
Absolutely right. Oh, he didn't like it.
Well, it's on a better arc. Dave Archer now giving it some applause, but it's going to go by, I think, with weight. And will do. Goes right back to the 2 metre mark.
Beautiful line, but just too heavy. But that could prove useful later in the end. Trevor Ludlow with his second bowl. Looks narrow.
Seems to hold fractionally, but now going underneath. So this is where number 2 in the fours match plays literally the first skip, and certainly Carl Mason here, if he doesn't draw the shot, certainly must get second shot, because otherwise you're just playing the head in favour of the Mooloolaba side. As you watch the bowl coming in towards their head now, going by with weight, the old nervy, I can't be short.
Absolutely, and this is a slightly shorter length than the Tairei team have been playing in this direction. So, as you say, they won't want to be short, and they can probably feel a little bit of that breeze. You can just see it on the skip shirts.
It's interesting though, Brett, how they've got 3 counters there, the Mooloolaba side, but playing them all under the line.
Absolutely.
And of course, Tairei have allowed that by not putting any pressure on the head.
So last end, 2 the difference. Mooloolaba holding 3, which would give them the game. What can Carl Mason do with his last bowl of this game to try and change this around?
Well, he's on a similar line to those Mooloolaba bowls as we watch it coming down towards the head. Dave Archer's interested, going by again. So they will put a bowl at the back now, but they don't really have to, but they will put one there because the winning of this match for the Tairei side is not about trailing the jack.
No.
It's about getting the shot or second shot, isn't it? And coming in, well, this might help. Now there from the Tairei side, it's really opened the door, hasn't it? I think on that backhand, long as you don't steer your bowl towards the jack. On that backhand side now, the green for the Ali War is where that bowl just came to rest for the Mooloolaba side. That's, oh my goodness gracious, this is now getting, that's narrow.
Narrow and short when you've actually got all the back bowls.
Now here's the Australian way of playing the game. Get the jack, tuck it around the corner and shake hands.
So David Archer will be wondering what's happened here. The wheels have fallen off.
Well, the other thing about that short bowl of Ali Wars, it's fallen short on the other hand as well. So to play up through there is now, it's got to be narrow, that bowl surely of John Clark's. Yes, it is, but
definitely not what Wesley Hedges was looking for. He was looking for him to try and tuck the jack around. But having said that, Mooloolaba holding 4 shots, and if this head doesn't change, that'll give them this game.
So, well, out of the hand, it looked to be wider, and it is. How far is it going to come back, though? Certainly got it out
Breaking
wider,
now.
did Ali War. Breaking down towards the head, and looking at this is what he wants. This is what he wants.
Oh,
that's what he wants.
Bowl.
Off comes the hat. Well, out of the hand, you can see it was certainly on a far more favourable line. Now, of course, they've got the benefit of holding shot. Tairei Ali War got a big grin on his face there. Because they've also got the back bowls as well.
I have to say it was a big call, Kevin, to draw it dead, because, you know, for all money, it looked like you'd play down with a little bit of weight on that side. John Clark's trying to push it out, but he's narrow. He's going to get a connection on the front. Brings a bowl forward.
Well, the good thing for the Tairei side is Wesley Hedges is just about said what weight we're going to play. And it really looks, we'll see when we get a full look at the headbread, but I don't think, it's difficult to get to that bowl.
Absolutely it is, and difficult to get to the bowl without moving the jack either.
Because it's literally sitting right there, isn't it?
And I think Mooloolaba have one bowl that's just been pushed back.
Well, the other thing is, Brett, sorry, time's up, and where do I get 3?
That's right.
Because the jack's going to move.
So Dave Archer needs to draw another shot here. He needs another bowl in the head. If he can do that, then he's probably seals the game up. He's on a good line.
Got a good line. He's got on that line that we've spoken about, which Ali War doesn't want it to go too far.
Hey. That could have been a slice from hell.
Ali War, you saw the hat come off. Yeah. So this is a challenging shot here for Wesley Hedges, but I'm not going to say anything because we've seen some of the results that he's got throughout this match.
He's close.
And by goodness,
He's
this
close.
is on a good line. This is on a good line. He'll get off the inside of that bowl. No, he won't. One left.
Probably a little heavier than he needed to be. You know, with that weight, you're not going to get your bowl to turn, and it's probably going to be pretty hard to get the bowl without getting the jack. Having said that, Wesley's played some...
But I'm sure Dave Archer would still like to get another bowl on the other side of the head.
Absolutely.
Then really, even with that bowl's dislodged, it's not going to give the Mooloolaba side 2 shots. So Archer now, the Tairei player in the Tairei blue, and the blue bowls on the backhand, leading 9-7, holding the shot, and coming to have a look at it, I think, is Wesley Hedges, which is fair enough because, how quick is this? How quick is that? Well, it's made it better.
That has made
by
it better.
accident.
Yes, it has. I think the only difficulty now...
That's the shot.
That is the shot.
Yeah, I just saw then.
Thank you, Laurie.
Laurie Watson. It's the shot to that front bowl, and that bowl would now go clean out of the head, which is the shot bowl of Ali Wars. Certainly can't get it on the hand that Dave Archer played.
No, it'd have to get it off that plant off that front brown bowl.
The only shot on, I think, is that big cannon off there.
Yep.
Yeah, and it was indicating that that bowl, which is sitting there behind the head, sitting there at about 7 o'clock, a metre overhead, that's obvious, that's the Mooloolaba bowl.
It is. That's one of Laurie Watson's bowls.
Only problem with that, though, is Brett, is that he's saying to move it only half a yard. That means you don't play with as much weight. That means on that, that's harder on that hand.
I agree. I mean, my sense will be Wesley Hedges will play this with a fair bit of weight and just hope he gets the right connection. Here we go. On his forehand.
Needs to get under the front bowl to get to that. And he's stalking it. By
looks tight.
It's gone.
Looks tight.
He can't get a slide this time. No, he can't. There it is. Had the winner. And David Archer, the team of David Archer, skipping Ali War, Carl Mason and Phil Stevenson. They have defeated the Mooloolaba side of Wesley Hedges, John Clark, Laurie Watson and Trevor Ludlow by 10 shots to 7. And that, Brett, really looked as though it was going to be one-way traffic early on in the game, but could have got right to the last ball, wasn't it?
Absolutely, Kevin. I mean, these 90-minute games, yes, you got to jump out of the blocks well, but they're tight. And you know, all credit to Wesley Hedges for keeping his team in the game with some miraculous bowls. Some would say lucky, but look, he was always up with weight and got some great results. I think the Tairei team would have probably felt unlucky if they'd lost the game. But equally so, you know, that's what happens in these shorter matches where, the odd good result can really be pretty telling. But in the end, it was some great bowls under pressure in that last end by Ali War and then by David Archer, which sealed the game for the host club Tairei team. And just a really good game of bowls.
So we'll be back shortly and we'll bring you the semi-finals. We'll be here right throughout the afternoon at the Taieri Invitational 7000, and we'll be back for the semi-finals when play gets underway in sunny and beautiful conditions at the Tairei Green here in Mosgiel.
Oh. Yeah, thank you, Robert. It was.
So you'll see some of the highlights here, and there's the bowl. Which there's the head off. That was turned out the winning shot. Replay you saw then, and that was actually the bowl that defined the winning of that quarter final here at the Tairei 7000 invitation at the Tairei Bowling Club in Mosgiel.
And a big thank you to the sponsorship from Beachside Mooloolaba, which got the Mooloolaba team to this event. Sad to see them bow out in the quarterfinals, and also acknowledge the other sponsors of the tournament: CHNZ, Target Accounting, Still Shop Mosgiel, Southern Food Distributors Paul Calvert, and of course Speights.
So we're still sitting here. Just we'll be signing. We'll sign off in but a moment. Just waiting on the all. We'll just wind up now. We're waiting for the close up from the Tairei in Dunedin, and this is Kevin Hicklin and Brett O'Reilly, and we'll be back for semi-final action shortly.
Close but no Vicky.
No.
Well, Phil. I think good luck in this game, mate. Did you see any within a metre and a half, mate? I'll wait. Let's go find him and grab a head. You were running out of ball.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Taieri Invitational 7,000 fours at the Tairei Bowling Club in Mosgiel. Absolutely idyllic conditions. You're looking at the flag there. Flag is hardly moving, and we're about to bring you the semi-finals, and that'll be the game between the North End Pirates from Invercargill. It's the side of Lyle Spencer, Elliot Mason, Neville Ward, and their skip Paul Calvert, and they're up against the side of the Bedpost Dunedin side of Bob Sanders, Hugh Andrews, Jamie Nicol, and Doug O'Callaghan, and we'll be bringing you all that live action. With me, of course, I've got Brett O'Reilly, who's here with me, and doing all the technical stuff, we have got Tamara and Erin, and the first end of this 1.5 hour time match just getting underway in perfect conditions, Brett, down there in Mosgiel.
Yeah, fantastic tournament. This, great to see the local community sponsors supporting this. Speights, beachside Mooloolaba, and those people who tuned into our quarterfinal game saw the Wesley Hedges Mooloolaba team narrowly beaten by David Archer from Tairei, Commercial Hire New Zealand, Target Accounting, Still Shop Mosgiel, and Paul Calvert's own company, Southern Food Distributors, have come together to support this fantastic tournament in its 25th year, and great to be with you, Kevin, to bring this semi-final.
We're just getting some clarification. We know that Paul Calvert, as Brett rightly said a moment ago, is skipping the North End Pirates side, and I'm just going to check out just confirm this playing order by Kerry, the Dunedin side, and of course Elliot Mason in this North End Pirates side, and see him there, and he's obviously playing at 3. I'm just going to check these playing orders. There it is. We've got so Paul Calvert leading, Neville Ward playing 2, and Elliot Mason playing 3, and Lyle Spencer skipping. Is that how you see it, Brett?
I think so, Kevin, and a pretty strong team, North End. Lyle Spencer and Elliot Mason, both regular representative players for Southland. Southland unsuccessful last weekend in their defence of their inter-centre title. Didn't have the best weekend on the Browns Bay Greens in North Harbour, and in fact it was Auckland who they had beaten in the final the last time the inter-centre was played in Wellington. This time it was Auckland who came out on top in a breathtaking finish against Wellington. So the Southland boys will be looking to get back on track this weekend, and obviously in pretty good form to have made the semi-final, and up against a pretty strong Dunedin side skipped by Bob Sanders, and this promises to be a really good game.
And of course, Elliot Mason playing 3, about to play his first bowl. Very prominent player, both in Dunedin, the Mason boys, Oliver and Elliot, both play, and of course Elliot plays in Dunedin and in Invercargill. Very, very good players. We watched his first bowl, break down towards the jack, just going to slide by. And Elliot Mason would be one of that, I would say, crop of younger players around the countryside who at some point in time higher honours would not be surprising. He's certainly one of the, I would say he's in that crop of, perhaps not up with the Raymond Martins, Andrew Kelly, Sharon Bagley Howleys, but he's up there with any shadow of doubt, certainly one of the up-and-coming players. And I see we've got Waikiri. We've got a lot of shirts on here, Brett, of all sorts of denominations.
Indeed. So I agree with you, Kevin, about Elliot Mason. I think we've got a fine crop of young players, men and women, who are really making a claim for higher honours. We saw the approach of selecting youth work very well for the New Zealand women at the recent Birmingham Commonwealth Games, and I think a number of these young male players are now pressing their case to be included in the Bowls New Zealand team, with a big season coming up with Eight Nations and World Bowls in September next year on the Gold Coast at Broadbeach.
Well, it's fair to say, Brett, in any sport, at certain times, change is inevitable. And let's say with the women's side, have really they know where they're looking now. They know what their crop looks like, and really the time has come for the men. Sorry, but some hard calls got to be made.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, clearly it was disappointing New Zealand not winning a medal in the men's competition.
That's gone since 2002.
So so I think time for a bit of a reset. Bob Sanders playing his bowl.
Well, trying to get a touch onto that shot bowl sitting on the jack, get it some movement. Just going to go by.
So one, I think, at the moment to the Bedpost Dunedin team, and now Lyle Spencer playing his second bowl, having got second shot with his first one. He'll be looking just to see if he can turn that shot bowl over.
He's under that centre line and didn't have the weight to get to where he wanted to go. Not quite sure of all the bowls yet. I'm not sure how far that contact point, Brett, has to be to get that jack to move to get some counting on the charge, but this must be under the line. You can see out of the hand, it certainly played a lot more weight, and looking at for a slide, may well be Elliot Mason having a good look, takes the shot bowl out, getting the measure out to measure the jack level bowl, is he, the blue bowl, and not going to the green bowl in front, didn't do so, and I think I saw the indication there from Elliot Mason that was a one only to the Bob Sanders skip side.
Yep, one to Bedpost Dunedin in this unique 90-minute four shootout format. The games are pretty rapid fire, and pretty important you get out to a good start here, because you've not got a lot of ends to recover if you fall behind, as we saw in the quarterfinal game where
I'm not sure how many ends we actually got through in that game, but 9?
Yeah,
10?
I think maybe 9 or 10 ends, and we saw Dave Archer's Tairei team get away to a good start and almost gathered in at the end by Mooloolaba, but held on to win. So the North End Pirates will be looking to make sure they don't fall too far behind early, and in fact, we'll actually be hoping if they can get into a good rhythm, they can forge a lead for themselves. Not the greatest start here, Kevin.
Well, I was just going to say, Brett, there's that very, very short bowl up there, but you can very quickly see the old danger of trying to steer the bowl under that very, very jack low by now. And you can also see, which you're starting to see now on the camera, there are sort of lines, bowl lines, literally on the green now, where you can just about, I don't know how visible it is to the players, but you can certainly see where that arc line is on that side of the rink. As we see the boys from the North End Pirates under the head for sure.
Yeah, Paul Calvert just sitting the shot bowl. Paul Calvert not just playing in this tournament, but one of the sponsors with Southern Food Distributors. So he's been a busy man and helping to bring this tournament together.
Here going to the ditch hand, Brett, and we spoke about that a lot in the first game, where the cut line, so to speak, is not quite as evident now that one can see, but there's definitely a draw line, certainly where that cut line was very evident before, just to be drawing under that cut line. This looks there's a better green bowl, certainly going that arc towards the jack, and just going to go by, gets applause, 1.5 meters over, but that's certainly that's the that's the drawing line.
Yeah, good bowl from Neville Ward. You know, good number 2. A bowl just slightly slightly past the head. One at this stage to Bedpost Dunedin. Better bowl coming here from Jamie Nicol, and that looks like it'll be the shot itself.
Certainly will. Gets a touch on the jack, and I just wonder, Brett, whether I just watched that bowl as it came up the green there, whether possibly the bit of wind or change in the day that the green on that ditch hand didn't seem to be quite as wide as what it was earlier on, as you see trying to get down to the shot bowl or jack. Well played, sits the bowl.
Outstanding.
It's a touch on the jack, moves the jack just slightly wide as Neville Ward, the number 2. No, that was Neville Ward, the number 2.
And great bowl from Neville. Yeah, possibly players may be playing with slightly tighter bowls, Kevin, possibly, as well. That certainly that bowl of Jamie Nichols didn't seem to turn much at all on that hand, unless it was a bit of breeze holding it out.
This draw line here should be suit young Elliot Mason, should suit him right down to the very clear line down there on that forehand. That's very, very, very talented young player out of both Dunedin and Invercargill, and has certainly been one of the stars in the PBA down south.
Absolutely.
Playing on the carpet and always thereabouts, just draws lower the jack, that'll count. And as you rightly said before, Brett, in these short inversion matches, you can't get yourself in a position where you're dropping 4s, 5s, or numbers of significance. And we watch this second bowl, and just hasn't got the weight. But to be fair now, Brett, that's a lovely vision line down there to the jack on that forehand, isn't it? And Elliot Mason, he'll just endeavour to draw just under that bowl, under that line.
Played it well.
It's exactly what he's doing. And the good thing is that it doesn't hurt them being slightly under and finish on that side of the head, because the opposition can't score on the other side, because the bowls out to a metre and a bit lower the jack are right. So you've got to be under that to even to reduce. So they're sort of in they're in a bit of a difficult position here as the Bedpost to there, the Bob Saunders skip side, because it's not the easiest head to play to.
No, 4 down, and he'll want to. Looks like he might be attacking here. The hat's off, and oh no! Well, it's playing with a little bit of weight. Look, obviously looking to try and sit the
playing with
balls.
sit weight, isn't he? And he's not far away. He's not very. He might reduce here, and will do so. Gets it. Well played. Well played.
And that's the shot. Great bowl.
That was a great shot. Great percentage shot. You know, he just concentrated that line to be in amongst those bowls, and was duly rewarded.
The faulty narrow line, Kevin.
Yeah, well, if now playing on that now, same sort of shot, can get to the bowl, does so.
Oh, magnificent
bowl, and will count. Laid down through that narrower line that Brett was talking about. Did the skip there, did the Lyle Spencer, and set that bowl out clean. Now, again, following that same line is Sanders, but he's going to be under.
You get a connection on that bowl? Oh, no.
Holding 4 was the call there from Elliot Mason. So that was well played by Lyle Spencer. Controlled weight, under the head, gone slightly wider here, but will be under that line. But has he got the weight? No, he hasn't. 4 it is.
Yeah, great bowl from Lyle Spencer. That really got the perfect result. By just playing that tight line and threaded its way through that gap to get 4. And so that's the North End Pirates out to a 4-1 lead after what have we got? After 15 minutes of our 90-minute game. Here in the semi-finals of the Taieri Invitational Fours.
But great thing though, Brett, was it's about having bowls on the head, wasn't it? Allowed them to be able to play that. Paul Calvert now in the very bright yellow shirt, playing on that backhand. Certainly a narrower line down there, having weight getting down towards the jack, just goes by. And that narrower line held it because they had a bit of weight on the way through. Now we'll get an idea now as we watch Doug O'Callaghan. He's on that backhand side where we know that it's a normal draw, so to speak, but that's under the line, but will come up jack level, and nothing wrong with that. And that is it.
Good starter from Doug O'Callaghan. What can Paul Calvert do? Close with his first, just a little heavy.
Well, that line's tight, Brett. You have to be fortuitous to sit inside the bowl of O'Callaghan's.
Wow.
Wow, that moved around.
Unbelievable.
You might have seen on the looking at it, it was that last metre and a bit where it just got the inside wobble, I'd call it.
I see the players talking about it, whether that was a little bit of breeze that held it up. He's obviously playing with a much tighter bowl than the other players. But that's a great shot, as it turns out, for the Lyle Spencer Skip North End Pirates. And they hold one and lead 4-1 in the semi-final of the Speights Invitational Fours.
So Neville Ward, who's got the Caversham shirt on.
Yeah, well, it's certainly a pretty colourful lineup here. I'm not sure what the rules are around which shirts and uniforms you. It looks a bit like a Barbarians rugby team, Kevin.
Yeah. Well, if you think, have a look. I know that the skip and the lead have got identical shirts. The number 2, Neville Ward's got a Caversham one, and Elliot Mason, the number 3's got a different. Now watch now, see where it goes. And again, well, that all but held up.
Indeed.
So Neville Ward with his second. Or is this bowl out wider? No. Well, no, it's not. How far is it going to hold up? It's holding up now. There is a hold up there, isn't there? You can see there is, although it didn't have the weight, there is a line there where you can see now where it will hold up just that wee bit more.
Jamie Nicol with his second bowl. And he has gone very narrow.
That's way under the line. And we'll set on a bowl, but so here's a great chance for Mason to finish on the right side of the head, and we've got a touch on the jack, would certainly make it very difficult to play to, and he's got the bowl certainly out on a wider line. No, he hasn't. He's going to be...
Line was probably not bad, but just a metre and a half short.
What's interesting, Brad, is Richie, every bowl coming down towards the head here, is each one of them just seems to have I don't know, deliberately gone narrow, but certainly. And here's another one.
Hugh Andrews. Now, does he just get past those front bowls? No, he gets the clip.
Well, got a generous clip as well and rolled off the side of the bowl. It's a very colourful shot, the north end.
Yes, so you can see looks like Blackbeard the Pirate. So, of course, North End, very famous club in Southland.
Is that Bill Kane's club?
Yep, Bill Kane and a number of very good teams have come out of North End over the years, and I think a couple of Ian Brown, I remember at North End, who I think was runner-up in the National Fours in Dunedin, and there's been some good, some very good sides out of that club, and they've tended to provide a lot of the players in the Southland teams over the years.
So disappearing again under that line, feather again. Well, Bill Kane, he was Mr. Southland, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a great friend, Bill. I played both indoor bowls and outdoor bowls with him. I think his record was something like 6 semi-finals of the New Zealand Fours in a row and didn't make a final. and playing with different teams, generally with always with players from Southland, and fantastic indoor player, played outdoor and indoor for New Zealand, but taken very young, unfortunately, yeah, he was he fitted the description larger than life probably better than most people.
Well, just watching that bowl then of Paul Calvert's, it did finish lower the jack, Brett, but coming up that way, it does seem to be a more generous line than what we had seen earlier on in the quarter-final match. I don't think the rinks have been moved at all, and they don't indicate they have, but certainly it seemed to be a more generous draw. Well, watch this bowl here of Bob Sanders, which has gone out. See there, that's gone. He was overweighted, but it was a different line. They will see whether, the green bowl of Paul Calvert's just lower the jack. So if we can just slightly improve on that, he would be close to being in a counting position. And you'll see there, Brett, that line that we're talking about. It hasn't got the weight, but that is the line that you can see.
Absolutely,
you can see clearly there, can't you? That's the line down through there.
And I wonder whether some of these players are playing with a slightly tighter bowl, because they're definitely not getting the bowls are definitely holding their line a lot more.
Well,
Bob Sanders,
he's on Calvert, definitely must be.
He's on the run
for the shot bowl. It's just playing for the shot bowl.
And he's got it.
Get it clean. And he touch on the jack, moves it around the corner, and 2 shots.
Very good bowl from Bob Sanders.
Well,
so
especially on that hand.
Absolutely.
To have that reaching weight and force yourself through the bowl. That was well played from the skip from the Bedpost Dunedin side. Turned it into 2. You'll watch this again now. Jack's been delivered. We nearly saw it again.
Yes. Yeah, and look, here we can see it with Bob Sanders down on that.
Comes now. Just get into the shot bowl. Touch on the inside, moves the jack around the corner, and was always on target to get a result.
Absolutely, and Lyle Spencer will be pleased that he was narrow with that first bowl of his, because that ended up actually being in a place where it actually saved what could have been a disastrous
could have been
number.
Well.
So a good start from Doug O'Callaghan here, and it really is a tale of 2 very different lines playing towards the road, much tighter as we've commented on.
This bowl of Calvert's, you can see that although he's come up a metre short, that seemed to be where the draw line really sits on that forehand side of the rink, playing up towards the clubhouse here at Tairei.
So this is again Doug O'Callaghan narrow, and he's just going to slip underneath that bowl. Weight was reasonable, but he'd be disappointed with that. Paul Calvert now.
He needs a metre to improve on, really. And gets the ball out of the hand on that nice delivery line. And this is that line that we were talking about coming down that way, Brett, and he's got it just about, hang on, just goes by. Another interesting thing that came across in regards to the Tairei Club. In 1986, the club celebrated its centennial, and to mark the occasion, a group of young, energetic young men decided they'd set out on an attempt to break the Guinness Book of Records, and they went on to play 100 hours of bowls, and in doing so set a new world record previously held by a Welsh club. So
oh, wow.
And I've got a photo here, and in it is a very young number 3, Ellie Waugh. You'll see in the back of that photo there. And if I'm not mistaken, that would be another Archer, right? Indeed. The late Kevin Archer there. So I don't know if it still was in the Guinness Book of Records, but the Tairei Club in 1986 did get themselves in the Guinness Book of Records for playing 100 hours without a break.
Maybe if anybody's watching the coverage that knows about the Guinness Book of Records, they can message us with with whether that's still held by Tairei.
We just saw a slide on the jack for the number from the guys there. This number 2 got a slide on the bowl. That being the Jamie Nicol, and moved the jack, sat right behind it. And now we're watching to see whether Neville Ward, difficult to get with the bowl out in front, Brett, very difficult to get that natural draw line to the shot bowl or the.
It is. It makes it very tight now on that left-hand side of the rink as we see it from the head. Let's just see what Hugh Andrews can achieve here.
Well, what you've got to be careful of is the opposing side, Brett, as well, is they can play on the wider side, and it can give them as a free rein into the jack while you're trying to get the shot itself, and that bowl finished jack level. Just the one down was the indication from Lyle Spencer to Elliot Mason, the youngster from Dunedin. You look at these young guys now, Brett, and it's great to see their deliveries are so precise, or that bowl's not, but their delivery, there's no bounce, they get the bowl away smooth on the running surface.
Yeah, you can see they're being well coached, good technique, and while Elliot would be disappointed with the line there, his the speed, the weight was pretty good, and so you'd expect him to be correcting with this second bowl. Bedpost Dunedin holding one here. That bowl that, as Kevin mentioned, Jamie Nicol got a slide off a front bowl for the shot.
Slides are free.
They are free. So,
and this is a good call, I think. If it's what I'm thinking from Lyle Spencer, is to have a go at the shot bowl. Let's get it try and get out of the head. We can waste bowls trying to, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. Is Mason and goes by, but although it's a jack low bowl, I just think it's perhaps a better percentage shot rather than trying to. If he's only one down, to try and dead draw to that jack with that difficult bowl in the front.
Absolutely right, and I think in these short games, you really don't want to be conceding too many shots,
especially when you leave the door open for them to build on.
Absolutely right, and
I suppose what you can say is, on the draw, the Paul Calvert side has got, say, a foot, whereas the Bob Sanders skip side, they've got a couple of feet of territory where they can draw counters.
Off comes the hat from Bob Sanders, and
now why Kerry? Is that right up top of on the hills? Is it right on the top of the hill?
That's my understanding. I recall playing there in the Nationals a few years ago in Dunedin. Pretty good greens, as is the case with most clubs in Dunedin. And
get in the front that we spoke about, and onto the shot bowl, moved the jack. Now, no one's saying anything. Well,
I think it's one to Bedpost Dunedin. I think that was one of their.
I heard Elliot Mason say you don't want to. Obviously, it's a bowl they don't want to lose up there. So on that backhand now is Spencer with the green bowls, and of course there's a bowl there as well right out in front, which makes the draw challenging. But by goodness, this is a great attempt. This is an outstanding attempt off that ditch hand. That was so well played. Certainly got a touch of another bowl, but Brett, he'd moved back about a couple of feet, hadn't he, back towards the jack.
It's probably the best bowl we've seen played on that side in either the quarterfinal or the semi-final.
And going for the bowl straight away is the Dunedin man going by. It was certainly well played, and Elliot Mason just saying to his skip, Lyle Spencer, just play down there. And it's obviously for the Spencer bowl. There's a good natural draw past the front blue bowl.
He's close again.
And how far is it going to come back? He's got more weight this time, I think, but that was well played by the skip for the North End Pirates side.
Hat comes off from number 2, Neville Ward, to skip Lyle Spencer.
And there you'll see that bowl on that replay, the Lyle Spencer bowl, just finishing up right in front of the jack. Now, it's interesting as well, Brett, that we see Paul Calvert. He's actually moved the mat up quite a distance here from. We haven't seen the mat up that far. I just wonder what speed the green's running at. I'd back it 15, 16. That sort of looks that sort of pace.
Yeah, I think certainly no quicker than that. You're not seeing huge amounts of finish on the bowls. And again, we see this strange difference that, in this direction, it's just so much tighter, and it's a pretty good opener from Paul Calvert.
Well, it is, and it's really only literally a bowl width away from being what I'd say was a perfect line, but out of the hand, it looked to be on a far narrower line than that, because as we watch now, the bowler Doug O'Callaghan's, that started off out of the hand on a wider line, but that is 1.5 meters lower the jack, finishing under the head. Now's the chance for Paul Calvert to finish on that other side of the head. If we can get to the jack, just turn it around the corner very early on, can make this head pretty challenging. And is going to get the jack. No, he didn't. Just goes by. It's 1 meter past the head, but that's fine. O'Callaghan, that fixed foot delivery on his backhand. He's got this bowl out wider. All going to depend on the weight. Looks to be struggling for weight, and is. Always frustrating, but you've got that line right, and you're falling 4 or 5 feet short.
I'm not sure if that score's right, Kevin. In that game, it looked to us like it was just 1 to North End, but perhaps that was a North End bowl that was pushed through.
May well have been, because that board now showing 8-3. So it's going to check on that, because
we saw that first bowl from Bob Sanders push a bowl through onto the jack. Perhaps that was actually a North End bowl, which meant that. So the board says 8-3, so we'll believe that. So apologies to the viewers. We missed the fact that there was actually a North End bowl, and so that was Lyle Spencer sort of adding another shot to that. And so North End have kicked out to a very handy 8-3 lead.
And shot drawn there as well.
Yep, so as you're looking at those bowls, that was Neville Ward's bowl that was pushed through by Bob Sanders onto the jack and pushed it sideways, and then Lyle drew another shot. So 8-3 to North End. And as you can see from the timer, we've got 56 minutes left in this game, which is about 7 or 8 ends.
Well, it's early on clock pressure, isn't it? Really,
it sure is.
The 8-3, Brett. It's putting the pressure early on. Matt Mason, very deliberate delivery on that
close here.
Backhand. It's on the line's good, coming down towards the centre line, and Jack now getting applause, going to sit literally right on the centre line, and that straight away, Brett, does make it a hard. It's a 1 or 2. It's difficult, isn't it, for the Bedpost Dunedin side, the Bob Sanders skip side, in this semi-final, because the other semi-final, which is underway as well. Remembering we brought you that Dave Archer in his earlier game against the guys from Mooloolaba, and Archer was the winner. So Dave Archer now playing the team from Clutha, and that semi-final has also been played just a couple of rinks along we can see them out there on the green. Here's Mason again, and we got a touch on the jack as well. So it's just jack high, and
2 great bowls. Just seeing the benefit of that, Elliot Mason, one of the real up-and-comers in the game, and just, 2 really telling bowls from him at number 3 on this end.
Well, it's about the consistency that they deliver, Brett, isn't it? It's not about playing one good one. There's a good attempt here too. There's a pretty good attempt here, and just needs to fall in, does it? Doesn't matter the bowl from Hugh Andrews. It certainly made a big difference to what that head looked like before. I'm not sure, because in that previous game we had the skips mic'd up, so we were able to get a pretty precise idea of who shot. But that last charcoal bowl, it's difficult to say, Brett, isn't it? Whether it's the
I think I'd favour North End still holding the shot, but I imagine Lyle Spencer will be drawing up to that bowl, looking to sit it.
Well, sit or trail's all good, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And that's going to under the head. Yes, it will. Needs a bit of generosity, and nearly got it. Problem with that now is it's really just about eliminated the visibility to that shot, isn't it? Whether it be the shot or second shot, because it sits now at let's say a 4-shot opportunity to get to that bowl.
Bob Sanders, he'll be looking to try and, I think, draw around that short bowl. But yeah, as you said, Kevin, it makes it very tricky for him. He's tight.
Trying to play through the port to the jack.
He's
close.
Tight. He's
close,
very close.
Close. And now the shot, and
bowl.
made 2 of it. What a magnificent bowl. But he did draw weight, got underneath it. Now's the chance, though, for Spencer to play quickly through that port to those 2 counting bowls in the jack. And he's on the hunt, on the search.
He's close.
Coming down towards the port to get to the bowls. Gets the jack, moves it all the way back. It was one of the, I'm sure it was one of the bowls of the Bedpost Dunedin side that went back with it.
So it looks like 1-2 Bedpost Dunedin, with Bob Sanders with an excellent chance of drawing another shot for 2 here. He's on a good line. Is he going to get around those front bowls? No. So one shot.
One it was. I heard Elliot Mason just say 1, but well, those 2 bowls, the bowl played by Spencer and then Bob Sanders equal to the occasion, and there was just got the right results. No luck in those. Well played by both of the skips, and it'll be 1 to the Bedpost Dunedin side. That's the Bob Sanders skip side. 5 ends gone. Not the ends matter. And it is 8-5.
And great to see a tournament of this quality, over Labour Weekend, proudly supported by Speights and the other sponsors. It's a great opportunity for players early in the season to be playing in top competition. And as usual, the Tairei greens are up to providing a great playing surface for them.
What's really good about it, Brett, as you would know as well, so often that we see in the North Island at this Labour Weekend, that there's a lot of tournaments around, but we see them with scrims out. It's quite.
That's right.
It's quite common, isn't it, to at this time of the year to see the scrims out. These greens, full marks to Bob Gibson, of course, the greenkeeper, one of the leading greenkeepers in New Zealand. And has got a good working team with him. But if you continuously present good greens, that's what just follows, doesn't it? It's when you let a green slip or don't have that right winter maintenance program. And I know greenkeepers can sometimes say that they've had weather hasn't helped, but you can't get harsher conditions during the winter months is what they get down in Dunedin and Invercargill, and they're still able to present. You look at these greens now, you'd think it was it's like a January, February green, isn't it?
Absolutely, and all part of the formula that's made Tairei the Bowls New Zealand Club of the Year. You know, great greens, fantastic engagement with the local community, a hub for other sports clubs, you know, competitive and social members, and strong engagement from business partners and sponsors that enables them to run a tournament like this, which has been going for 25 years and is a regular feature on the calendar for players in the lower part of the South Island, and indeed a team from Mooloolaba on the Sunshine Coast this year. So looks like one shot at this stage to the North End team, and we've got Neville Ward just playing his second bowl. Just going to hang out wide. Speed was pretty good, but we've seen on this rink that on that particular side, if you get out a little wide, it's a bit hard to bring them back. So what can Jamie Nicol do for the Bedpost Dunedin side? Looks to have a pretty good line to the head. Just going to get hung up on those short bowls, but gets a nice slide, and that's one shot to Bedpost Dunedin. A bit of a clap from his skip Bob Sanders. And now what can Neville Ward do for the North End Pirates team?
One of the other good things about the Tairei club that presents itself is that how they've the management committee board have really embarked upon the message that it's a community-based club that does a lot of community-based activities. And I know for a number of years that Business House Bowls and now Bowls 3-5 is very, very much an active part of the calendar at Tairei, and it also reflects when you look at this tournament, Brett, that how many of these teams are actually sponsored as well by, let's say, local business houses or whoever, and that envelops that community, that whole community-based.
Absolutely.
So Mason playing his first bowl on that wider hand, and you'll see there just moving away.
Even if you drop it here, it's fine.
We just hear Bob Sanders, who's now mic'd up, just indicating to his number 3, to Hugh Andrews, that he can drop inside that where those collection of bowls are, and it would count. I heard there was a nasty, and well, he can still draw. It was the call to Elliot Mason, who's got the mic on, to Lyle Spencer. He says, yes, I can. So there, he's got that bowl out. How far out on that wider side that Brett and I spoke about before, and more than likely had good weight, but
I often think sometimes Elliot was very quick onto the mat, and sometimes you just need to just take your time a little more just to assess what you're doing. I mean, two good catching bowls at the back there if Lyle Spencer should decide to attack, but given how well he played that hand the last time we were going this way, I expect he'll try and draw with this first bowl.
Yeah, 100% right, Brett, about the pace of and one of the, I would say to a number of the younger players, and and I've known watching the internet each time that I've had the pleasure of covering Australia, New Zealand fixtures, that one of the dangers that you can get lured into, the Australians, they're very, very quick on their decision making and what shots they're going to play, and you can very easily, it's a discipline thing not to sort of get lured into trying to do that, because New Zealanders traditionally like to get on the mat, think about it, visualise, and the Australians, if we look at Aaron Wilson as a classic example, it's on the mat and let it go. And Elliot Mason, just a little word of advice, you rightly say, Brett, perhaps just another couple of seconds sort of visualising where that line is, where you're trying to place your bowl, is not a bad message.
Absolutely right.
So on the backhand is Bob Sanders. And how far is this going to come back? Going to go by? Yes, it will. It's 8-4 to the North End Pirates in another semi-final. It is the Dave Archer skip side from the Tairei Club up against a team from Clutha. And of course, we'll be bringing you that final. And we'll see, was it 1 or 2? We'll see on the board in a moment because a bowler got knocked in, but definitely it was the Bedpost Dunedin Bob Sanders skip side. That
I think maybe just 1 to the Dunedin team, but we'll just wait for that to go up on
so 1 gone up
on the board. So we've got North End Pirates leading Bedpost Dunedin 8 shots to 5 with 44 minutes to go in this game. So probably about another 5 or 6 ends. So starting to get down to the money end of this game. $7,000 of prize money available at the Speights Taieri Invitational Tournament, and the winner of this game to play the winner of the other semi-final between the Dave Archer skipped Tairei team and the Clutha boys.
So here is Paul Calvert, one of those sponsors that Brett was talking about, but that I know that hand is tighter. We've certainly seen that throughout the both matches so far, but he was well tight. And of course the difficulty is, well, not difficulty, but I suppose what you can get lured into is trying to find the narrow line by just trying to play. You've got to still get that arc as we're seeing now. You've still got to send a bowl out so you'll get that finish coming home towards the centre line, towards the jack. Otherwise, if you play under that line, you'll pay the price and the bowl will just disappear. And Brett and I are of the opinion, I'm sure the green's at about 15, 16, and which is an ideal speed. The bowl here, well
Great
played
correction
here
from Paul Calvert.
That's front toucher.
Out comes the spray, and that's 1 to the North End Pirates. Jamie Nicol with his first bowl. He'll be looking to search up there for the Jackal bowl. Does he get a little touch? Yes, he does, but not. But this time, not a slide, and so it's still 1 to North End Pirates. Is their number 2 Neville Ward comes to the mat.
Those slides, we saw plenty of those in that Mooloolaba quarter final against Dave Archer. There was some very fortuitous slides. It is concerning, though, Brett, isn't it, that you're watching a number of players, and they're into day 2 now, of just the number of bowls which I'd say become ineffective bowls through not getting back or that centre line or going under the head. And pretty keen on this one, though, is Sanders. Going to get a touch? No, it doesn't. A good bowl there. It just comes in behind the head. And the good thing, had the weight to get to the shot. It's Neville Ward in his Caversham shirt.
Played that one with a little bit more purpose, Kevin. And looks like to be on a pretty tidy line breaking into the head.
And Paul Calvert's looking closely at it, getting a clap from Calvert. I remember the first time I ever went to Caversham Greens, up on the hill.
Yes.
At Dunedin, and the home of Cotchula. And I was with a parachute with Jim Christie. I was down there playing, and I'd never seen it before, where the Cotchula was all over the full Cotchula green, including the ditches and including the bank, and it just
Unbelievable.
just
Magnificent sight.
Yeah, just spread as a weed, which Cotchula, true Cotchula is. But yeah, they had the ditches, the whole lot was all Cotchula. Calvert doesn't want to get a touch on that, really.
Oh, that's so very disappointing. Elliot Mason will be disappointed with himself there. They were holding 2 shots, And he's come down a little heavy and a little narrow, and now it's the Bedpost Dunedin team that I think are holding 2 shots here.
Well, we just saw the Brett, the old danger of being that on that narrower side, isn't it? You can pay for it, but Mason doing his utmost to make amends. This is a good line here, though, from Hugh Andrews coming past his front bowl. Is it? No, it's not. Well, yeah, there we go. That's the idea. Play down, indication to Elliot Mason from Lyle Spencer. Play down there with reaching weight on that back end through the counting bowls. Is it going to go outside it? Yes, it is. But that's the weight to play, though, Brett, rather than trying to play weight where the bowl's going to disappear under the line, trying to get, there's lots of options there, isn't there?
Yeah, looks a nice channel down there. Hugh Andrews was obviously a little bit disappointed that he opened that up by moving that short bowl. Having said that, there's probably 3 shots to Bedpost Dunedin, and it still remains to see whether Lyle Spencer with his 2 bowls can get the shot there.
Off comes the hat as Bob Sanders, and I don't think he'll mind if he finishes slightly lower the head, actually.
I agree.
On the back end. So how tight's that line down there? That is tight. You just heard him saying the end's going to get that. Well,
that's not the worst result.
It's just what we spoke about, wasn't it? And that bowl that got pushed across off the centre line is dead in line for that run shot down to the port.
So Lyle Spencer will probably play with a bit of weight, but definitely not as quick as he would have played, because he's going to need to try and swing around that front bowl.
Well,
he's pretty close.
Trying hard here, I can tell you.
Pretty close.
He's very close. Gets past the blue. He'll get a result, and we'll do. Well,
magnificent bowl.
Did that bounce back to the Elliot Mason bowl?
It may. Elliot Mason. It's definitely his bowl. So it looks like a measure for shot.
We're down to that.
One down. What a magnificent bowl by Lyle Spencer. I mean, isn't it funny that he probably would have played that shot with a lot more weight? Would have probably been quite difficult to have got that result.
There it is, coming into the head now, gets a touch on the jack, just a bare touch.
I'll go to roll me up around me. You'll get it.
Only but a few inches.
So being forced to play that shot, but actually playing it magnificently. So what can Bob Sanders do now for the Bedpost team to see if he can grab that shot back for them?
Well, 4-shot turnaround.
He's on the charge. He's looking for it.
Needs some
He's
luck.
looking to get through the hole. Unlucky.
Yeah, well, he was only half a bowl away, really, wasn't he? And if, at this stage of the game, we've got 36 minutes left. We're leading 8-5. I'm holding 1. Take it.
Yeah.
I think that might.
I reckon we pocket it. Yeah, it's fine. Done.
Pocket it.
Yeah, I think, the smart money is 9-5.
Absolutely.
36 minutes to go, so we're going at about 7 minutes an end, so it probably suggests 5 ends to go. And it's Paul Calvert who lays the mat for the North End Pirates team. And they lead the semi-final of the Speights Taieri Invitational 4s by 9 shots to 5.
Well, the well played by the Lyle Spencer skip side, because they turned it's a 4-shot turnaround and take it. We're not going to take any risks. Another end gone. Clock goes on. And we go first.
Absolutely. And a better line here from Paul Calvert with his first one.
Certainly is a better line. And there, sadly, it was a waste of that good line, because it was certainly on a very, very good line to the jack.
Doug O'Callaghan now. He and Paul Calvert having a good tussle at lead.
But you're on world bowls, and I'm not trying to be pedantic about this, but I'm not too concerned about it. But what is the situation now with? Because some people always ask, if I take the side, the North End Pirate side, they're playing with 3 lots of shirts. Now, is that a domestic rule? Is it?
I think in most
Well played around the bowl. Well played from Paul Calvert around the front bowl, drew right to the jack.
I think in most centres now the expectation is that in team games everyone will have the same shirt. But of course this isn't the centre event, and it may be because a lot of these teams at the Speights Taieri Invitational are composite teams. You've got players wearing their own club shirts, but I think our expectation would be, we want the game to be easy to follow for the spectators. We saw that at the Commonwealth Games this year where we introduced blue and red bowls.
Correct.
And so obviously we can't implement that for a tournament like this, but for spectators it would be helpful if the teams all wore the same shirts. And that's generally what happens at Nationals, where you will get a number of teams great bowling there. That's 2 shots now to the North End Pirates with a back toucher from number 2 Neville Ward. So we'd certainly like to see, as we expect in Nationals and centre events, that even if it's a composite team, they would wear the same shirts, which sometimes can be club shirts, but sometimes teams will invest in buying a sports shirt for them to wear. It just makes it much easier for the spectators, and certainly a bit easier for us in commentary when we're not always familiar with the players.
Well, obviously there's people watching, because I've just got a text sent to me. Hi Kev, just heard you talking about the 100-hour event back in 1986. 8 players in 2 teams, and they were Dick Hambleton, David Archer, Russell Butler, who's sadly deceased, and Chris Waugh, in fact, Ali Waugh's brother.
Yes.
And there was Kevin Archer, Dave's brother, who's deceased, Daryl Cape, who's unfortunately also deceased, Paddy McCormick, and Jim King, and that's come. And Daryl Monaghan, that via the club, they just sent that through to me. So they were those 8 players that we spoke about, broke the Guinness Book of Records way back in 1986, and like Dave Archer's still there. There he is. He's out there today playing.
Well,
so thank you for that information.
Maybe we can throw out a challenge, Kevin. What club in the Bowls New Zealand family would like to have a crack at breaking that record?
Well, there it is. We've got it.
Absolutely. So this stage, it is. So it looks like North End have at least got 2 shots. Elliot Mason just coming around behind there, just in a catching position, given that it's highly likely that the Bedpost team will be looking to attack.
Hugh Andrews trying to get past this bowl. This is a great attempt. On that ditch hand, moved the jack.
So unlucky. Had the shot, and then his bowl fell back, which is unusual, and just moved the jack slightly towards the North End.
Well, that's a magnificent bowl there from Hugh Andrews on that swinging ditch hand, and just found its way down to the jack. And really, if you're the North End Pirate side, the Lyle Spencer skip side, and you're holding the shot at this stage of the game with 31 minutes left on the clock, and you're leading 9 shots to 5, you're not going to go too close to it.
No, and that's another good ball from Elliot Mason. He heard it. Let's rattle it up, because Bob Sanders knows they've got a score.
So it's either the blue bowl in the front is the call from Bob Sanders to his number 3, to Hugh Andrews on the backhand, will try and get through that front port, and it's going. Well, I'm not going to say anything.
Tickets.
Hold all tickets.
Hold all tickets.
I'm not saying a word. And the jack moved, and it could actually now be shot to the Bedpost Dunedin side. It looks to be still on top of that bowl from our Canberra angle. It just would only have moved a couple of inches.
I reckon so. Yep.
100%. Yep.
So, okay, you heard there Elliot Mason and Lyle Speights on the changeover. No one's telling us actually who's got the shot. But just on that angle, it looked like the charcoaly coloured bowl was shot, and we'll have an idea. There's a big turnaround.
Absolutely.
See what weight that Lyle Spencer plays with this bowl, or line that he plays, trying to get.
He's hunting.
In. He's hunting. Got to get through the port. He's hunting. That would tend to think that he is one down.
Anything,
We got it?
Close, I think so.
Have we got it? I think so. Well, if he's one down, Lyle Spencer's got to. He has to go for that shot.
Absolutely.
He's really got to go for that shot. And the port down through there to that, it's not a very big port, but
good ball from Bob Sanders, covering the back.
You either try that or you change hand looking to swing down onto it.
I think there was two options there given by Elliot Mason, but I just think, Brett, that he'll need to be quicker to get that port, and you'll see it go now. Needs some
Yes, just a little tight on that hand.
Well, it's literally one of those hands where I know it's not the straight line, but you actually drive to where the blue bowls were, because you know you're going to get the swing, and there's a chance he's not going to play his last bowl. Out comes the measure.
And they'll have to be using calipers here because it's pretty tight.
It is. It is.
Looks like Bedpost have got one.
Yep.
But they'll confirm with the measure.
From our angle, it certainly looks that way,
Yep.
and our feedback to here. Yes, it is. 9-6 now. 9-6 with just under 28 minutes left to go. So that became a big end.
It did, and we've seen, characteristic of both this game and the quarterfinal has been, if you are willing to play towards the head with reaching weight, then anything's possible. And so some of the results have not been as conventional as some people might describe them as a bit lucky. But if you play with good weight, then you give yourself a chance, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, I think the other thing is, Brett, it's at the speed of the screen, and there's nothing wrong with the green, but with the speed of the green, you can play shots that to try and play some of those or that sort of weight on a 18, 19 second green, you just wouldn't be able to play them. So with this speed green, one of the good things about when Kochela came in, of course, when we went from, let's say,
great bowl, Paul Calvert,
when we were going from 19, 20, 21 second greens, whereby it was a different game. And once we got down to the 15, 16 second green, it actually brings more players into the game, and it brings more results throughout it's a different game altogether. And equal to the task here is Doug O'Callaghan, who just drew inside, touched the jack.
Yeah, these guys are having a great tussle. Really good to see. And at 9-6, still nothing in this game really with 26 minutes to go.
So Calvert playing down on what we know is that narrower line.
Close here.
He might get the jack here, get it onto. Oh. If he feathered off the front of that bowl, it would have gone straight to the jack, and that was moving back towards the ditch.
Yes, a little bit of weight there from Paul Calvert, but obviously if he'd got a contact on the jack or the bowl, it would have been a great result for his team. And here's
this is on that line. How far is it going to run? And we'll go down towards the jack. In fact, is sitting just out from at the 2 metre mark.
So what can Neville Ward do for this North End Pirates side, the Caversham player?
You might just see there, standing in the doorway down the far end is one of the umpires. Now, I don't know this particular umpire's name, but he travels all around the bottom half of the South Island. When the Nationals were in were in Alexandra. He was the gentleman. He was there as an official, and I have seen him. He enjoys being an umpire, and travels around the lower part of the South Island, doing that role. And you know, our umpires have got a thankless job, but you've got to admire that those who are, and it's Michael Dyers. Michael Deers, that's the gentleman's name, and
Michael Ears.
Michael Ears, sorry, Michael. But these guys and ladies do a wonderful job, and are dedicated to being umpires for the various events. And there's one I know who travels around willingly around the bottom half of the South Island.
Look, I couldn't agree more, Kevin. Just as it looks like North End, Neville Ward has got the shot with his last bowl. We've got New Zealand hosting the World Champion of Champions singles at the Nine Bowling Club between the 19th and the 25th of November. And talking to Chris Lander from Bowls New Zealand, who's organising the event, last weekend, Chris was saying that that we've got umpires and technical officials who at their own cost have decided to make the trip up to Wellington, to the Nine Club, because they want to be part of a World Bowls event. They want to get the experience of operating at that level, of course, with the possibility of getting selected to be part of the technical officials team for the World Bowls and Broadbeach. So hats off to our officials.
They do a wonderful job.
And we saw it last weekend at the Intercentre. Sue Rossiter and her Bowls North Harbour umpires team, the great Jean Ashby and a number of other umpires on duty, just did a fantastic job, and it makes it so easy for the players when they can have such confidence in the officials, whether they're markers or umpires.
So Bob Andrews asking Hugh Andrews to play with weight down through those 3 counting bowls that you can see them there. Just going to go by. It's a nice target there. And that event that Brett's talking about, the World Champion Singles, who played at 9-0, New Zealand will be represented in the men by Kelvin Scott of the Belfast Club in Canterbury, and in the ladies it will be Taylor Bruce, also from Canterbury, from the Burnside Club, dual bronze medalist, of course, this year at the Commonwealth Games, will be our women's representative. And I see Kelvin Scott now been in the New Zealand squad. I see a list that's recently, a couple of additions, I believe, named Kelvin Scott's there.
Well, it would be well deserved. I mean, had a magnificent national championship last year.
Another.
One of the most consistent players going around, and while Kelvin has been around the game for a long time, what that tells you is he's got a lot of experience and Mr. Consistency of New Zealand bowls. I've lost count of how many semi-finals and finals he's been in, but anyone that can win New Zealand singles titles across 30 years is doing very well, and that's Kelvin's great strength.
And he's the last player left, but he's played singles. You don't know what hand he's played.
Yes, yeah. No, he and Jamie Hill have other the commentator's nightmare in terms of which hand they're playing.
Absolutely.
But both play very effectively. All right, so Bob Sanders here, at least one down, possibly two, with Elliot Mason's last bowl getting very close behind the head. And
playing for the triangle.
He's looking for a result. He's looking to punch one of those short bowls through.
Any result can happen here, or makes it bigger.
So gets contact on the 2 shot bowls, but I'm going to opt that North End have got 2 shots here.
Well, now with the other bowl going to the head as well, Brett, more than likely needs to be quicker because to get those bowls to move around. And there's a pretty good bowl coming in here as well. If it sits inside the bowl,
he's played this brilliantly.
This well played, finishing jack level. Just the limey coloured bowl of Lyle Spencer.
We jack in the ditch with them.
Yeah, and you hear there from Bob Sanders.
The white bowl.
There's the big target there, and he's got to get to the middle of those. But he's got to play it quick, Brett. Otherwise, it'll just clog up in there. It'll disappear.
He's looking to change his hand, I think, and play on the forehand side. And we know that's a slightly trickier side. It does turn a little more, so he'll have to go
have to be quicker. And looks like it is on that sort of body language movement of the arm, and it looks, well, we'll see when it's away, and that won't. It's going to hold. Needs to get the front of that, and Cannon. Well, of course, it was one of the counting bowls, though, that went with it.
You'd have to say he was a little unlucky, but I think you made the point, Kevin. He had to hit it hard.
Absolutely.
And it probably just wasn't quite enough weight to get the result.
Watch this replay now. You'll see it come, and you'll see the bowl go under the jack, and the bowl went with it. It needed to be, you're right, Brett, with that. Another couple of feet of extra weight.
And I think clearly those bowls weren't touching. So, so to get a bowl onto another bowl when they're not touching, you've really got to have just a little bit more pace. But look, hats off to him. He was on target and
target all the way. And this needs just feathered. Didn't quite have the weight as well, that bowl of Miles Spencer's, but just feathered front bowl. Two it is.
So 2 to North End.
11-6, 18 minutes to go. Going towards the final. And of course, they'll play the winner of the David Archer match. David Archer up against the Clutha boys, playing along further on this rink. And we'll be bringing you that final from the Tairei Bowling Club of the Taieri Invitational 25th 7,000 fours.
And isn't it great that a club can put together a tournament with this sort of prize money over a 25-year period? Really, we've seen some of these tournaments come and go over time, but 25 years is a magnificent effort, and certainly another one of those reasons why Tairei is the club of the year, won the club of the year in the Bowls New Zealand awards recently held in Dunedin.
Well, of course, while we're talking about Dunedin, which we know there's a lot of activity going on in Dunedin, and the other one, of course, being the prestigious Northeast Valley singles. And I can tell you from down in the valley right now, we've got in post-section play, we've got Seamus Curtin up against Sean O'Neill, and the winner of that match will play Keanu Darby. In the other match, we've got Brett McEwen playing Jocko Suasolo, and the winner of that will play the promising Raymond Martin. Jamie Hill is playing Roger Stevens. The winner of that will play Sheldon Bagley-Howley, and Tony Grantham and Blake Signal. It'll be a big match at the bottom of the draw, and the winner of that will play Fraser McGuigan. The interesting thing to me, Brett, is McGuigan, Bagley-Howley, Raymond Martin, Keanu Darby, all under 30.
Yep, and look,
there's our future.
You could read that list off, and that could be a New Zealand trial, Kevin. I mean, I watched a number of those players in action at the Intercentre last week. Wellington, Seamus Curtin narrowly beaten by Mike Galloway 25-24, which resulted in Auckland running out as the Intercentre winner, but it was right down to the...
Galloway had a very impressive tournament, didn't he?
He played very well. I think Raymond Martin was unbeaten in the pairs for Wellington. I think that, and people like Finbar McGuigan, Seamus Curtin, they played some great bowls. Tony Grantham was in fine form, skipping the pair for Auckland. So, yeah, I mean, we have the talent. We've just got to assemble in a team that can be competitive.
Well, and we talk about those young guys as well, and don't forget in that younger brigade, as I would call it, we've still got Andrew Kelly, Krista Leave, who, as you well know, just recently was a bronze medalist and a silver medalist in the Australian Champions just recently completed on the Gold Coast. So, if no disrespect to anybody at all, but the time's coming whereby this what I would call the school of younger players who are all, you know, when the bells are ringing at these major events, are there or thereabouts. Their call up, one would think, can't be far away.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, the good news is we've got, you know, the preparation for Commonwealth Games was difficult with COVID, and obviously having to play on greens that are quite unlike what we're used to in New Zealand. Though actually they weren't that much slower than New Zealand greens, as it turned out, Leamington Spa. But the next World Bowls on the Gold Coast will be in very familiar conditions. All of those players can play in those conditions, and it'll be good to see.
Well, and those players that we just spoke about, all of those younger players, are all well equipped to play on those greens. That's those speeder greens. And you know, it's interesting when I was at Leamington on Spa pre-COVID and talking to them there, they were quite adamant that it was their wish to have the greens no more than 2 seconds slower than what you would say would be an acceptable speed in New Zealand and Australia. And I think in the main, it just about delivered upon that.
I agree. I mean, I think that the greens played well. I think the speed was very, very good, and by and large the greens were pretty true. Good bowl here from Elliot Mason. Looks like his first bowl, he may have feathered a bowl down for shot. So leading 11-6 on the board, it looks like North End may be holding the shot here.
13 minutes to go.
And this is really a pretty critical end for Bedpost, Dunedin.
Got the jack.
Oh, wonderful
around
bowl.
The corner. The jack cleanly did Hugh Andrews.
I think that's a North End bowl, I think.
Paul Calvert's, we know, did a Neville Ward bowl.
Let's see.
Oh, they're undecided, the Invercargill side, on what shot to play. It'd be good if we could hear through the mic what the story was, whether, because if not, it's a couple of shots to Bedpost Dunedin. If we'll see in a moment, the hats come off early for Bob Sanders, and Lyle Spencer now on the back end with the limey coloured bowls, trying to. This is on a good line. How far is it going to get back? It's well, didn't quite get this.
Where am I going then?
Bob Sanders.
Well, obviously holding shot.
Looks like it.
You know, going to the other hand. There, going to that forehand side of the rink is the Bedpost Dunedin skip, Bob Sanders, and needs to get past those front bowls and is close to doing so. How's the weight going
Looks
past?
a little heavy.
And it is Clutha. It is the Clutha side. Skip, they're leading, playing David Archer, who are leading 12-8 in the other semi-final. 12-8.
Lyle Spencer on the attack. He's 2 down, looking for a result. He gets
luck.
off
Needs
that.
luck.
Oh, sails between the jack and the bowl. So it looks like 2 to Bedpost Dunedin here, with Bob Sanders with his last bowl, with a chance to add another shot and really bring this game.
Oh, he's played under, and he can sit on there and count, and well, may well do so.
So,
see, Elliot Mason, out comes the measure.
One taken out. He may have just turned that couple of bowls out, which has brought that green bowl of Lyle Spencer's into play. Let's have a look.
Your colour, your blue.
3, mate.
3 it was.
Wow, well that's brought the Bedpost Dunedin team right back into this game.
And we've got 2 ends, one would say. This and one more would complete this semi-final. and things looking at a challenge on the other semi-final for the David Archer skip side. And this semi-final between the North End Pirates, it's the Lyle Spencer skip side up against Bedpost Dunedin, Bob Sanders at 11-9 and 9, just under 10 minutes left on the clock. This could go either way.
So well done to Hugh Andrews with that that great bowl that he played on that last end, and now it's Doug O'Callaghan, and what can he do? Obviously not happy with that one at all.
The other thing about that bowl that was played by Hugh Andrews, Brett, it's difficult on that ditch hand as well to be able to play with weight where you're going to get jack trail as well. It's fine to draw to the jack or sit on a bowl, but he had enough weight to get around the bowls and get to the jack and get 8 or 9 inches of movement of the jack.
Absolutely.
It's a big bowl and
nice.
a good opening bowl there.
Yeah, nice starter from Paul Calvert. He's been pretty steady coming in this direction, with the green playing just a little bit tighter.
Doug O'Callaghan, he'll be really keen. Run it out. Was the story, words I heard from Bob Sanders, and he's going to do so. And that's great correction from his first, and sits literally front toucher.
Yep. Wow, that's
well, that makes life difficult.
That does.
Very difficult. Front toucher, very difficult for the chasing side, the Paul Calvert skip side, chasing on this head to get something out of it. And you can fire lots of bowls going past, as that bowl of Paul Calvert's has done. But sooner or later, you've got to make contact on the front bowl, Brett, don't you, to make it effective.
Absolutely. Jamie Nicol now with his first bowl, with his team Bedpost Dunedin holding the shot, and he's close here.
Well, he might. That's a good shot. That's a good shot. Had a yard of weight going past, but sat on the first bowl of Paul Calvert's and gave the Bedpost Dunedin side not only the shot, but it gave them a bowl as well behind the head. So early on this head, it is the Bedpost Dunedin side who hold the advantage. And happy with that though was Lyle Spencer.
Yep, back second shot from Neville Ward. So back to 1 to Bedpost Dunedin on the second to last end of the semi-final game.
Again, it's out on a good arc, but certainly it's got speed on it on the way through.
Yeah, good home. Very good.
It gives them a back bowl.
So really, ideally here for the Lyle Spencer skips side, another bolt and on the head, and then you can get Elliot Mason to play with a wee bit of searching weight. It's going to go by because that's so difficult, that one bowl target.
Absolutely.
And of course, what the Dunedin side don't want to see, Hugh Andrews, the last thing he wants is to draw a jack level or slightly jack low bowl to where that shot is, because that certainly opens the door up for the very skillful Elliot Mason to play with weight to get some contact.
He's close here. He's close here for a second shot. Just going to slip past.
By. And you'd have heard then Lyle Spencer saying just draw to it, because they haven't got that other bowl there to be able to use with weight. No, that's under you heard then. Elliot Mason knew at the delivery point that. And a word of advice here, Brett, I'm sure you'd agree, is when you start this sport, sure Elliot Mason, then you start searching to try and get the result rather than let the bowl do the work. You can get yourself into a bit of strife.
Absolutely, and I think sometimes you just want to get another bowl, close, maybe a bowl to work off, without putting pressure on yourself to get the shot. Oh, wow. Great ball from Hugh Andrews.
So
2 to Bedpost Dunedin. That would even this contest up if it stays this way.
Well, second shot sitting on the back of that last bowl, isn't it? And pretty keen on this.
What does he
Going to
do?
get a touch in the jack. He does.
Oh, brilliantly played.
Yes, I'm sorry, Elliot. That's the number 2 bowl of that's Jamie Nicol bowl in amongst that little nest there.
So is it 1 or is it 2?
There's that replay.
He played it very well.
Just reaches the shot bowl, gets the turn right onto it, moves the jack, and brings it into that line, that straight line of 3 bowls. And I think there's a bowl of O'Callaghan's in there, the backest one. And that front, the very front bowl, is that a Neville Ward bowl? I presume that the weight that Lyle Spencer elects to play will just about tell you what the story is, isn't it?
Yeah, that might be a Neville Ward bowl. Let's have a look and see.
So here's Sanders.
Good try.
Yeah, well, that was different weight, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so, mate. Yep.
So Dunedin are holding the shot.
Yeah, the middle bowl.
The bedpost, the middle bowl.
That's the shot.
With probably a measure for second. So Lyle Spencer close here.
Trying to get that shunt through onto that front. He's close here to get a result. He's close here and does.
Oh, magnificent bowl. Magnificent bowl.
Well, that's as hard a shot you've got to play, isn't it? To play, to get down through there on that swinging hand, get that touch. 3 minutes on the clock.
That's outrageously good, Kevin.
Down on the head.
Outrageously good. I mean, Lyle already showing his class, the classes that's got him into playing rep bowls in Southland. I mean, yeah, that was at this stage that may be the bowl that ultimately wins this game. But
you'll see here, I think a replay coming, just gets under that front bowl, a touch on the bowl of Elliot Mason's, turns it onto the jack, and you won't see much better than that.
No, that we know how hard that hand is to play, and to play with that precision to come around that short bowl, the very short bowl, underneath that bowl, and with just the right weight. That's world class stuff now.
And that was the only shot he had available. There was nothing on the front that he could play.
But let's not rule Bob Sanders out yet, because he's kept his team in it with some great bowls. Let's see what he's got in store for us this time.
Well, he picked out a bowl, this middle blue one that he picked
He's close.
out.
He's close.
This is the one that he picked out. And really got the target, and will take the one, I think.
Lyle Spencer
We got 1.
coming up to have a look.
This is interesting. We've got one.
I just want to make sure that.
Well, yeah, you've got to be courteous in this respect as well. 1:38.
Yep.
1.5 minutes left on the clock. You've got to play another end.
Absolutely.
So just say, I'm not going to play the bowl, and I think, is that the decision?
Yeah, let's have
No, he's going to
no,
play
he's
it.
play it.
But they'll still get.
I'd rather you down there around mine, mate.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to say anything.
No, I think. Well, look, he's definitely close here. Look at this.
He's trying very hard.
Look
to
at
give
this.
that in, but will it have the weight? No, it won't. It's now just, boys, please get the mat up. Well done by Paul Calvert, because he took possession of the mat very, very quickly. So the jack's going to be delivered, because we're at 43 seconds, just to make sure that they get that last end in, and in the good spirit of the game, Brett. That's the way. That's what you do, don't you?
Absolutely, and I think I saw Lyle Spencer. He obviously realised that there wasn't that much time with the clock, so he didn't muck around. Got back and played his bowl. But look, hats off to him for that first bowl on that end. I mean, wow.
I'm not going to say it yet, but it could be. That was the one that really won the game, because otherwise we were playing at 1 the difference on this last end.
Absolutely. It could have been even all locked up. So yeah, definitely put them in great shape. Not a good start from Paul Calvert, and he'll be very disappointed with that.
And just the last update, just to confirm that in the other semi-final, it is the team from Clutha who are leading the David Archer, the Tairei skip site, and leading at this point.
Excellent.
12-9, and there's the clock gone now. We're at clock's gone, so this will be certainly the last end. And Paul Calvert trying to improve on his first, and he's done so. Coming past, will come back to the centre line. He's going to be a metre over, and this is where Bob Sanders wants to have Doug O'Callaghan with those front bowls to draw one right on top of the jack, and then we can build the head from there.
Well, he certainly did it on the last 10, and he's close again here.
Yeah, this will be the shot for sure. Comes in, going to be in behind the jack. Is it going to? Yes.
All right. Neville Ward on his forehand.
Oh, that might be out of wee, but on the wider side, I think, Brett.
Yep. Lyle Spencer not entirely impressed with that.
Well, he was wanting it to be dead.
Yeah.
He wanted to pick it up because you don't want those bowls sitting down there on that line down through there. That's the draw line on that forehand. As we see Jamie Nicol. How's the weight going to be? Is it going to get down far enough?
So who's going to get to the jack here first and really put the pressure on in this end?
Well, whoever gets the jack first is... no one's going to get a number, are they?
No. Well, he's tighter.
He's changed his line here, definitely. Has Neville
and
Ward.
short again.
Yeah,
Lyle Spencer was not happy with that, and you'd have to say that's last 10 nerves.
It is, because one could say that he didn't do it, but it was a teapot.
It was the half teapot.
It was.
And who can blame him? You know, when you've just played a screamer of a bowl to keep your team in the game.
Well, Bob Sanders could sort of be saying the same thing, couldn't he? We want 3 boys to get to another end, an extra end,
and they've got 3 at the moment.
Plenty of room for young Elliot Mason. He's got the pole, got it out on that arc to come back towards the centre line. Here it comes. Here it comes. Start clapping. Here it comes. There it is, right behind the jack.
No teapot that time.
That's the, it just,
drag the jack. Place the bowl, drag the jack to this one.
What saw Elliot Mason, he just knew where he wanted to go, had confidence where that breaking point was, and really has closed the door.
Yeah, look, it's an old saying, let the bowl do the work. You know, you don't have to steer it, just give the bowl the green and let the bowl do the work, and that's exactly what he did.
And there we saw Hugh Andrews playing. Obviously, we're going to play with reaching weight because he had to get up to the shot bowl. Mason with his second bowl, his last bowl of this semi-final, can really close the door here. If he finishes on that same line and lower the jack, which he's going to do.
Oh, 2 superb
bowls. 2 magnificent bowls. And
same weight, eh?
You could just about say, Brett, unless there was something sort of unforeseen happen, that's just about booked them a berth in the final.
Yeah, and perhaps just seeing just that experience at top level, you know, from Elliot and Lyle just starting to come through here. You know, at critical stage of the game, and the last end, Elliot and Lyle both played 2 very good bowls. Elliot a little bit unlucky with his not to get the shot.
So I would say we'd see the ditch hand here for Lyle Spencer. And
I don't think he definitely won't be wanting to fatten the target up. He's got 2 shots.
He certainly doesn't want to give the bedpost an inside a bowl to use out on that other side of the head. You know, he plays, of course, the other hand, and he's not going to. Well,
Oh.
He just needs to be careful here, Brett, that he doesn't finish Jack low, and because Bob Sanders won't be frightened to have a run at the target. But the good thing is he's under the centre line. Turn this bowl through. Well,
probably a good bowl because it makes it harder now for Bob Sanders to get the jack back. But I think
I just saw Dave Archer going to the club room carrying his bag.
I'm guessing that the Clutha team have completed.
That's what just saw him carrying his bag, and well. So I don't know what the rules are. So I presume at this point the clock's gone, so kill's a kill.
Well, that's an interesting call, isn't it? Because let's see.
That's his only chance, really.
Absolutely. I mean, it's
and
very hard.
A replay of the end.
Well,
we'll see with the weight that he's going to play. Well, that's playing to try and reach the shot bowls.
He's close. He's close.
He's close to get that jar onto that front bowl, and does got rid of one.
You're down there, mate.
Well, that's ideal now for the Northern Pirate side because they're holding on both sides of the head.
Absolutely.
Yep, it's good.
And it punched Lyle Spencer's bowl out to the side there.
Oh,
so really,
there's no threes there.
Not immediately apparent. It looks like the North End team have got that pretty well covered off. And Lyle Spencer looking just to get round behind, looking, I think, to get the back bowl. And yep, well, he's ended up at the back, and gets a clap from Elliot Mason. So obviously,
doesn't seem to be any counting options on there really.
No.
Brett, there's no trail. You know, because the two green bowls sitting in, one's out to the right of the jack, other one's in the middle, and
so look, I think, yeah, but Bob Sanders is obviously saying, well, look, I'm going to come down, I'm going to try and get that jack, and let's just see where it bounces to. There may be a possibility that they could, easy, says Hugh Andrews, there may be a possibility, I think if he can get the jack really clean and follow, that he could make three. Is it an easy shot? Absolutely not. But it's a possibility if his bowl can weave its way through the other bowls, and of course if he can get the jack. So look, let's see what Bob Sanders does here.
I know which side I'd rather be on right now.
Absolutely.
So here is.
He's probing. He likes it.
Too heavy. That's wide. There it is. So there it is. Shake hands time, and we've got the winner from that semi-final, and it is North End Pirates side of Lyle Spencer, Elliot Mason, Neville Ward, and Paul Calvert. They've defeated the Bedpost Dunedin side in that semi-final of Bob Sanders, Hugh Andrews, Jamie Nichol, and Doug O'Callaghan. And here in the semi-final of this Speights Invitation Fours, and of course, you know, it was one of those games, Brett, where possibly one or two ends really decided the whole outcome. And here's some of the highlights you'll see from the match.
And I think, you know, we saw a lot of jack movement in this game. You know, a lot of times when it looked like, you know, the heads were settled, some great play from both Bob Sanders and Lyle Spencer with their weighted shots.
What we also saw as well, Brett, is the actual change of hand. It did change from the game before, but here's the shot. Some of these shots that that one there we just saw in the replay, the shot there that Lyle Spencer played, to me, and the bowl on the last end from Elliot Mason, really to me summed up the class of this side. And really, they were deserved winners were the North End Pirates side of Lyle Spencer, Elliot Mason, Neville Ward, and Paul Calvert. They're through to the final. And thank you for being with us for this semi-final. And we'll be back live with the final here shortly from the Tairei Bowling Club for their $7,000 invitation fours. Good afternoon and welcome to the final now of the 25th Tairei Invitational 7,004s, playing in beautiful conditions at the Tairei Bowling Club in Mosgiel. And with me I've got Brett O'Reilly and of course the Brains Trust, the technical people, Tamara and Erin, who are bringing all of this production to you live. And the two teams, we have got the Clutha team with Max Collett, Jeff Wilson, Craig McCaw and Noddy Thompson skipping, and they're up against the Paul Calvert skipped side with, the Lyle Spencer skip side with Paul Calvert leading Neville Ward and Elliot Mason. So final, just getting underway. So Brett, these are two pretty good teams, I would imagine. Well, we know some of the players, of course, in this side, both these sides, and two pretty good sides to finish this final of the 25th Tairei Invitation Fours.
Yeah, these teams would know each other pretty well, Kevin. The Lyle Spencer team, he and Elliot Mason, leading members of the Southland representative team. Noddy Thompson and Craig McCaw, well-known players in Central Otago. Jeff Wilson, really a veteran, I guess we'd have to say these days, Kevin. Been around the game a long time, and if any viewers have been recently watching some of the old national finals that have been put on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, they can see a final where he led for Ian Dickerson against the great Ivan Kostinich and Pat Robertson combination. So it'd be nice to see Jeff helping out the Clutha boys in this final against the North End Pirates.
He needs no introduction, does it's no doubt about that. With Jeff Wilson, of course, very accomplished player in years gone by, and we know about Craig McCaw, very well-known player in that region. And if we quickly go to the Lyle Spencer skip side, I think we saw both Elliot Mason and Lyle Spencer really play two decisive bowls in that semi-final at really crunch times that turned the win around, didn't they?
Absolutely. It was very classy the way they played. Here's Jeff Wilson.
That is Jeff Wilson,
and with his first bowl of this final, very distinctive delivery. Here's Jeff, and being one of the better draw players in the South Island for decades now. So now it's the number two from Neville Ward from the North End Pirates. Actually plays out of the Caversham Club, as you can see by his shirt. And so both teams, composite teams, but the majority of the players from Clutha and from North End. So pretty good start there from Neville Ward. Keenly eyed viewers will see that we've got a different television rink for this final.
I was just going to say, Brett, just going to see whether we get a difference in the draw with moving out a bit, like in the middle, or not the middle, but moving further into the ring, whether we have both hands with consistent draws, I suppose you could say. And the Caversham, a club on the hill, and this looks a pretty good bowl here. Just going to depend on the weight as it comes towards the head and breaks in towards the head. Neville Ward's bowl just going by, just sitting outside the centre line.
Craig McCaw, very, very well-performed player in the Central Otago centre. Of course, Central Otago to host the National Fours and Mixed Pairs again this season in February, March 2023, and that's a pretty good opening bowl, just slipping through.
Just going by back? Jack Neville, may well be shot though. And Elliot Mason, he proved in that last game in a couple of those telling ends the calibre of these younger players who are now coming to the fore around the country.
Close here, Kevin.
As we mentioned before, Brett, with that we were looking at that draw at North East Valley, and those, let's say, 25 to 30-year-olds were very, very dominant in in Northeast Valley as they get towards their finals tomorrow. As adjustment of line here, coming back towards the centre line was the McCall bowl just going by. Mason with time limit, 2 hours. I see it hasn't changed for the final. Well, 1.5 hours, sorry. So you got to get it right pretty quick, Brett, don't you? And Mason's, you're going to get by clean. Yes,
well
he will.
played.
Well, got a touch, but was always close to the target. He was always close to drawing to the jack without the touch, Brett, wasn't he? He was only going to be literally centimetres away.
Yeah, very good bowl from Elliot Mason. He drew some really telling shots in the semi-final win against the Bob Sanders Bedpost Dunedin team.
Just a quick thing, Brett. You don't want to spend too long talking.
No.
If you're down, you don't want to literally waste 2 bowls of play having a chat, because I think the shot is pretty obvious, really, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Like down through the port, trying to reach a shot bowl. We know the movie-coloured bowls in behind the head there. There's bowls here of Craig McCaw's sitting just in behind, and that's Noddy Thompson. It's obviously going to try and play down through under that head to that port to the shot bowl. Looks as though he's pretty close. Looked on the hand and got it clean, and got the jack as well, which would be traversing back towards the ditch, and did so. And that was his bowl to toucher.
Looks like it might be a measure. Lyle Spencer just asking.
Dating the wing one there, mate.
There you go. That's the instruction. I think it's probably 1 to Noddy Thompson with his bowl. Went back, you can see the yellow marker there on the bank indicates where the jack is in the ditch. And Lyle Spencer's just hung this one out a little bit too wide. Pretty good speed, but just didn't turn.
And playing on, you'll see that plaque there on the McDonald green, the 2 greens at Tairei, the Wilkins and McDonald green. So that's what they are, named after 2 of their very earlier members. Well, this bowl you'd think as well, Brett, will it come back all the way? Trying to get back to the centre, to the marker. Fell in, will more than likely keep it in. And it's interesting, the Wilkins green, they were both, Wilkins and McDonald contributed significantly to the club. And Wilkins, in fact, because there's a school in behind the greens there at Tairei, but in those days gone by, Wilkins farmed, in fact. Is it the ditch? Is it to the ditch? Fell in just at the last minute. So, yeah, Wilkins, which the other green is named after, was named after the farmer who farmed next door, and that was his land.
There you go.
That the Tairei green, of course, now sits on. And Wilkins was known in those early days as the wee panther for the way he got down and used to follow his bowl up the green. And so where these greens sit now was in those early days. Remembering the club was formed and established in 1886, one of the oldest clubs in Dunedin. And to be fair, Brett, there's a number of clubs in Dunedin, isn't there, who have been around. I remember the very first national that I traversed with the Paratūru guys, going to Leith, and in fact it was when they used to play the singles on 2 days, and John Murtagh was playing in the first day, and we were playing the second day, and we were at Leith, where of course the great Gordon Jolly played out of Leith, and here it was on the 26th, 27th of December, and there was an open fire going to the club room.
Yes, well, so of course Tairei celebrating their recent award as the Club of the Year at the Bowls New Zealand Awards, and you know, great to see that, you know,
deserve it.
And 25 years of the Speights Invitation Fours tournament, just magnificent. And here in the final we've got Noddy Thompson's team who have jumped to 2-0 lead after the first end in this 90-minute match, and I think we're going to be in for a really good,
Well,
game.
The good thing was we saw Thompson, play a very good ball, attack the head, which was the right shot, and obviously he's got all the shots. Has Noddy Thompson? I'm not sure what club he plays out of.
He's I think he's from the Clutha club. He and Craig McCaw, I think, have fashioned a pretty good record for themselves in Central Otago, and he's also a very good indoor player as well, Noddy Thompson. So come across him in the short mat game.
There used to be from the deep south, there was a number, wasn't there, of both disciplines of the sport, wasn't there? The short mat, and there was Kevin Darling, for example, is one that quickly springs to mind, doesn't it? That was some very famous families, the Scotts, the Hintons, that play both, of course. Pretty hard to play outdoor bowls in Central Otago in the winter. So it's either curling or indoor bowls, and sometimes a bit of both. But a region which, for its relatively small bowling population, has produced many great champions. I think because the greens are of such a high standard and normally pretty quick. Well, I was going to say, Brett, they were down south in the days gone by. That's where you benchmark your greens by, didn't you?
Absolutely.
Those greens in those earlier days, when the Scots and all those was so much to the fore. Those greens up in Central Otago and Dunedin greens, Dunedin is literally the home of Kochler, isn't it?
Yep. I can remember playing at the old at Arrowtown before they when they had their Maniatoto green there, running about 22 seconds. Where you weren't actually sure whether you could afford to take a step because it was so quick. And we can see the players. This Tairei green's playing well, and the players have soon got into their work. Nice tight head here. Looks like
holding one was the call from Paul Calvert, and here's the young Elliot Mason. And this looks at how's the weight certainly on a good line to the jack, isn't it?
Pretty close.
And it's going to get a touch on the jack, sit level. Unfortunately got a touch, pushed it back to that first bowl. Just the Craig McCaw first bowl, that fixed stance on the backhand. Stays down though. Stays well down on the bowl, which really means your chances of having a good delivery are pretty good. And we're just seeing that. If it falls in now, and we'll do so, sits alongside the jack. Mason now will follow, no doubt, on that backhand and endeavour to reach the bowls, and he is at that weight to reach through the bowls. Just waiting for Paul Calvert to give me a bit of air. Goes by. So
two to Craig McCaw and his Clutha team here, and one care of a trail from Elliot Mason, but then a very good bowler. Lyle Spencer will want to try and turn this around, because in these short 90-minute games, it's hard to chase. We've seen today that the team that's got out in front has stayed in front, and so really is about trying to get on the board early. Noddy Thompson with his first bowl of the second end.
He's on that backhand draw, trying to reach down to that area. And we'll see in about a moment how far it went. And a call to Paul Calvert, still there on that backhand.
Yep, so Noddy Thompson drew a toucher with his first bowl.
How far is Calvert's bar? It's not going to come back.
So Lyle Spencer just slipping past.
Very quickly though, Brett, this is turning into a pretty important end.
Yeah, North End had the shot. Elliot Mason unlucky to give it away, and suddenly you're 3 down. And Noddy Thompson looking pretty close with his second bowl as well, on a very good line here.
So the scoreboard telling you 5. Now the good thing about this bowl, it enables him to go quicker.
Yep. It's a good guide, mate. Under that.
Yeah, absolutely, it's a good guide, and you can afford to go quicker down underneath through that bowl, trying to get to the jack.
Oh, he's tight.
Oh, he's tight, and he's pushed it in. We saw slides earlier on today, and I was sure it was 3. I can see Elliot Mason in the measure out. And
at least
looking
3.
at it, there's 3. They're looking at that 4th now with this. Yeah, well, 2 ends gone, Brett, and you're at least 5 or 6. Was 4. That's 6.
That's a big start for the Clutha
Huge
team.
start.
They'll be very, very happy with that. We're with an hour 13 left on the clock. You know, sure, plenty of ends, but 6 shots in a short game, when you've got a team with the sort of firepower that Noddy Thompson can boast on his side, you certainly be be pretty pleased with that start.
Well, I think the good thing as well for the Noddy Thompson side is we've seen early on in this match that the back end of that side is very good, and a good opening bowl here. Max Collett, and just going to come and sit just in behind the jack. And that's the sort of start that you want, and pressure straight away onto the Paul Calvert. Not only the lead of this particular side, but also a sponsor as well. And our generous sponsors, which we've got for this event.
He holds for the jack.
Got the side of it. Speights, of course, being the main sponsor. Beachside Mooloolaba. And of course, we saw the Mooloolaba side get defeated earlier in the quarterfinal by Dave Archer, who then went on to lose, of course, to the Noddy Thompson skip side. So Beachside Mooloolaba, thanks to their sponsorship, along with Commercial Hire New Zealand, Target Accounting, the Still Shop in Mosgiel, and Southern Food Distributors, who in fact is Paul Calvert. So great to have all those sponsors on board for this, the 25th running of the Taieri Invitation 7,000 fours. The winning team with a cheque of $3,200. And it's a pretty good start there, really. It's now at the point, although we're only at the third end, Brett, where the Paul Calvert side, or the Lyle Spencer skip side, they've got to get bowls on the head early.
Absolutely.
They can't be chasing from behind at the back end of the head, can they? They need to be, the next few ends, they need to be building the head to get them back on a more level playing field.
Here's the veteran, Jeff Wilson. And he's played a pretty good bowl here. Probably second shot.
And more than likely it will be. Just sits outside that shot bowl, the blue bowl of Paul Calvert. And now the number 2, Neville Ward of the Caversham Club. And
thank you, Lyle. And he's close here.
Getting past the front. That's a good bowl from the number 2. And this is exactly what the Lyle Spencer skip side. That's what they need early on in this head to build their head up to get into a scoring position. Wilson. Change of hand. Wayne with reaching weight through the front. He's going to hold on. Holds on. The other,
He gets a slice from hell on the jack.
Well, he got a triple kiss on that. He got a kiss on everything.
Lyle Spencer shakes his head, but that's a toucher in the ditch. And so that's 1-2 the Clutha team.
But shows you've got pretty good confidence in your side.
Absolutely.
We've got a nice little buffer on the scoreboard. We're not going to let the head build up against us early. And we're 3 down. And now got the jack and hold shot. Not
Here's
far away with this. Not far away with this one. How's this?
Outstanding.
A front toucher. A front toucher right towards the ditch.
Whatever you see from there, Cross.
Great bowl, Neville Ward.
And of course, the advantage here for the Clutha side, Craig McCaw can reach that with weight and try and get to the jack because they've got a toucher sitting in the ditch. And you just heard Noddy Thompson saying you've got a toucher in the ditch. So McCaw, although it's a toucher, the shot bowl at present, he can reach up to that with certainly good reaching weight. And just not sure how far it's going to come back. Certainly,
he's in the area.
Yeah, we'll see in about a moment where it got to. Well, it's another bowl, I suppose, on the head.
Good second shot, and we may see.
I don't know what the vision's like from the map, but you know, just looking at it, there could be a chance that they could drive that on the side, and that bowl could go clean out of the head. Here's Mason now trying to play through the port, get down to this counting area, and look at that. Does it come much better than that?
Right, you're going to have to go.
A back toucher.
Back toucher, wow. 2 touches in a row from the North End team, and Craig McCaw is on the run.
Well, you don't get much better than that, and you'd think that's going. Look at that, it's one.
Oh, he plucks one out, as you called it, Kevin.
It was on the side of that bowl to get it to go dead. That's why that bowl of Mason's became just so important, and this
is high quality stuff.
Yeah, Mason, well, trying to get through that port again. He is slightly wider. Is he going to get through clean? Yes, he will. And will it hold up? Yes, it will.
2 touches.
Have a look at that.
But I have to say, he'll be disappointed in that result.
He will be very disappointed in that result because it's certainly, well, we've seen, you don't very often see 4 touches to the ditch, do you?
No, that's outstanding bowls. Truly is. Two bowl jack target and a player of Noddy Thompson's experience. I'm gonna wager, Kevin, that there'll be a result with one of these 2 bowls.
He certainly won't be short.
And he's got that toucher sitting in the ditch.
So here's Thompson on the mat. As Brett said, he's certainly going for that, and he's going pretty quickly for it as well. Wow. Now what? Did that touch the jack?
I think it touched the jack and the jack bounced back.
Because I'm sure they were marking that bowl of Thompson's, and it would still be 2 shots to. Well, there's touches everywhere here.
This is truly a pretty amazing end.
Yeah, coming
and Lyle's
down.
Close here.
He's coming down through that same port. Look at this.
Outstanding.
And rolls over.
So we've got 2 touches in the ditch.
2 in the ditch and 3 counters.
3 counters. All right, here we go.
2 of those are touches.
He's on the drive again. And he's close again. Is he going to get the front bowl?
Same again, mate.
Well, no,
he just got a deflection off that front bowl, so it's 3 to North End. And can Lyle add a 4th shot here and get them right back in the game?
What a magnificent end. I'm not going to say it's too wide yet. It hasn't got the weight, I don't think. No, it hasn't, but was certainly playing through that port. But that was certainly a magnificent end. Touches everywhere. And you'll see here, as you see that ball, there it is. Yep, bounced. It bounced in and out, got the jack clean.
I think it actually landed on the toucher in the ditch.
I think you're right, Brett.
And bounced back out. How often do you see that in a game?
It landed on the top of the toucher and bounced back out.
Incredible.
No, you wouldn't see that too often. I'm sure it was 2, but we'll just wait to get confirmation of that because that was certainly, I'd say, very much a changing end, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, look, I think it may have been 3. I think it was Elliott's 2 bowls and
there was 3.
Lyle's.
They're up on the board there. You'll see them.
So look, quite frankly, Clutha could have sealed almost the game if that jacket stayed in the ditch at 8-0. But it didn't. And we're now back to 6-3, and that's a pretty good start from Paul Calvert.
Well, 6-3, you know, we've got an hour, 5 minutes, just slightly under 5 minutes, hour 5 left. And here's the reply. It's a touch around the corner.
Beautiful bowl by Max Collett. And, this is...
Well, I think we've seen more chalk in this 3 ends than we did in the last 2 games.
I agree. I mean, it's absolutely high standard. I guess some of that is, you know, we've moved out away from that end rink.
I was just going to say, Brett, you know, you're playing on 2 safe hands, so to speak, or not safe, but 2 hands that you know where the draw is and haven't got the variance.
And it's always difficult when you're playing on those end rinks just to see that, you know, I mean, it's not particularly windy, but just the influence that the breeze can have coming off the fence sometimes can just...
Oh, another good bowl here coming in, going to sit in the back. And
well done.
Well played.
High quality leading from both Paul Calvert and Max Collett. And now it's Neville Ward. What magic can he bring after his touch here on the last end?
I'm surprised that playing that backhand, I thought he might have gone straight away to that forehand to try and sit down on the
He's
bowl,
close.
but he's played this pretty well. He might get the front bowl or just went by, had weight on for sure. It's interesting. I see now that Noddy Thompson realises that it's just, I just think it's a better scoring opportunity, Brett. Whereas you haven't got much to look at coming the other way. Jeff Wilson.
Here's the veteran, and he's pretty close here. I'm not sure he's going to quite reach it.
It's going to be a couple of bowls. Well, that really cuts that hand off, surely, doesn't it? Oh, no, he's still... Well, perhaps, you know, look, a good number 2 trying to get a second shot in between those 2 bowls, so as then he can get Mason to play that shot to try and get down to what is the shot bowl and get movement on the bowl or Jack, but not going to reach his...
No, he didn't get that bowl away quite so well as he did the first one. You could see his arm just swinging across his body, and consequently ended up just a little wide. So Jeff Wilson, what can you do this time, Jeff? Very, very steady draw player. Just been one of those players that's always been very, very hard to beat, and this time he's just coming around the back.
You would know, Brett, not that I play now, but you in the old days, you get your book for the Nationals, and if you're going down south, and so, well, who's that guy? Who's that guy? Who are these guys? You know, and all of a sudden you arrive in Dunedin, and these guys, a lot of these guys from that we don't hear a lot of, so to speak. There's a number of top draw players, and you know that they can play all the shots on these surfaces.
Absolutely, and I think the quality of the greens, like this Tairei surface, means that, you know, they are used to playing with a lot of precision. The greens in the South Island typically have a higher standard than the North Island, particularly in the southern part of the South Island. So, so you get that sort of level of precision, and I think we've seen that with the number of players from this part of New Zealand over many years that have graced New Zealand teams and New Zealand championships.
If you go back through the years of what I would say that Dunedin, Invercargill, Central, you know, that area here, that's the shot we were talking about, and that's really why the Paul Calvert's side really needed the other bowl on the other side of the head, really, didn't they, Brett? But if we look at the Kernagans, the Darlings, the Scotts, McConnells, there's been a plethora of those players, and the ones that perhaps aren't at national dominance, like we spoke again before about Bill Kane. Now we're seeing the younger guys, Keanu Darby, Sheldon Baggy-Howley. You're now starting to see these younger players from the south who really are up. They got a great future.
Absolutely. Look, there's I don't think I can remember a time when we've had, in recent years, when we've had so many good young players. I'm watching the Intercentre last weekend in North Harbour. Good try there from Lyle Spencer, still one down. The quality across the green, they're, really good technique, really good, good technical knowledge of the game, and played in a good spirit too.
Well, they're mature in their play, which it's a tribute to them and their centres. And then, we've got younger players in Australia: Krista Lee, Dean Drummond, Mark Watt, who and then of course Caitlin Inch is there as well. Of course, up in the Kawana area. Close
here.
again. This is Jack.
Close here.
Needs the Jack. This is close, and.
Wow.
Unlucky, that's the bowl in front. McCaw indicating that's the shot, is it? The front bowl?
Looks like it could
But
be
that was that shot was well played though. Fine line down there for Paul Calvert, and he got down to the area.
Well, Noddy won't be happy with that one. That's a long way short. So one to Central Otago. That's that time where sometimes you just need to knuckle down and make sure you get that bonus shot, because he had a lot of room there to draw. And yes, we know that that he had the shot, but even so, he could have. There's plenty of room to add. But anyway, he's kept the scoring going, and so it's now 7-3 to the Noddy Thompson Clutha team over the North End Pirates in this Speights Tairei $7,000 invitation force.
And no doubt, shortly, I imagine, won't be far away. I'll just get another update from.
Oh, in fact, two to Clutha.
Two.
So, Noddy Thompson will be very pleased with that. Unlucky for Lyle Spencer.
He didn't have to get the bonus, really, did he? But I'll get shortly that.
Not such a good start this time from our leads. That's two very loose bowls by their standard. Paul Calvert will have the shot with his last bowl, but certainly judging by the standard we've seen in this final so far, there'll be a lot of bowls inside that. And Max Collett with his second bowl just on the high side and a little quick. So an opportunity for Paul Calvert to really nail one here and see if he can create a bit of a momentum for his North End team.
So thank you, Alex. Just Alex Reid just sent us a note. Of course, Bowls New Zealand man just finished indoor, sitting down to enjoy yours and Brett dulcet tones on the commentary. Thank you, Alex. Right.
Dulcet, does that mean old, or does that just...
It does.
Okay. All right, thank you, Kevin. I'm not so good with some of those bigger words.
Good man, Alex.
So Jeff Wilson now on his backhand. 2 shots to the North End team.
I just wonder, I just get a sense so that green may have tightened up a wee bit, especially watching these bowls coming towards us away from the clubhouse, up towards the road. And I just think, I reckon there's been about a second taken out of this pace of the green. And I just think that backhand line, I'm not saying you've got to be, it just seemed to have tightened up of how long the bowls are holding that line coming down towards the jack.
I agree. Well, that was a bit of an unconventional result for Neville Ward. He was narrow and but had good weight and made contact with Paul Calvert's first bowl and pumped that up. So it looks like 2 to the North End team. But yeah, you can definitely see some of the finish coming out of the surface. It's after 5 o'clock now, and we will start to see some impact on the green. But that's a great bowl from Jeff Wilson.
Well, not being rude, but you don't leave a guy of Jeff Wilson's class a metre.
No, he's an old campaigner, and knows the way to the jack.
Good reply here though. How far is it going by though? It's out on that. Sure, it had an extra yard of weight on. Was out on that wider side, and I think Brett, you can afford now to, as it's changed. I think there's about half a metre of draw, which is altered to what it was earlier on. as we watch this bowler McCaw's coming up. Now that'll hold towards the centre, and it is.
Well. Played this very well.
And that's just what we were talking about a moment ago, Brett, that it's just before that bowl would have been moving away under the head, but it's just holding that line. And for a player like Elliot Mason, that to me suits his play right down to his style, and it's
close
exactly what he's endeavouring to do, to get down to the jack, sit the shot bowl, get the jack.
Superb
He's
bowl.
got the jack, sits it clean, sits right alongside it. But of course, the advantage that the Southland side have got, they've got two bowls there. So it's at this stage, it's only a one-shot head for the Phil Calvert skip side on a good line here, as well as McCaw again. Just going to go a bowl wide, but move the bowl round the corner. So it's imperative now, though, that the second bowl of Elliot Mason's, that he's more than likely just in behind. What is his shot bowl to give him another bowl on the head or close to it? He's
Good
on
line
that
again.
He's on that same line again. And he may sit the inside of this other bowl. No, he's not. Just going to go by. Not going to be. Yeah, that's unlucky.
That is unlucky.
And he, hands on hips, gives it a teapot. Played the shot perfectly. Got a touch on the bowl. Moved the jack that 6 inches right over on top of one of the bowls off the Clutha side, the Noddy Thompson skip side.
And sometimes in this game, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, because they really needed to get another bowl there. You called it right, Kevin, and so Elliot trying to just get past the shot bowl or get one close, and you just get a little contact.
One bowl away from a perfect bowl.
Completely. And I think what we can say is that Lyle Spencer's got a bit to play to here, but then so does Noddy Thompson, and Noddy will be well and truly playing up to those bowls.
Yes, he can make that target difficult.
Close,
he's close. He's very close as it breaks its way down towards the head now. Got a roll, went past.
And now
moved the jack, and it's back to the, it's gone back to the Elliot. Well, in fairness, that's fair, because
that's a little bit of justice there.
It is justice there, because Elliot Mason played two really good bowls and was holding a shot and could well have held two shots. And,
absolutely.
Just got that bit of unlucky touch.
And you might have said in that situation, leading 8-3, maybe Noddy Thompson could have just laid off that hit. He didn't really need to get another shot with holding one.
Well, I'm looking at the board. I'm 8-3, and we've got 53 minutes to go. Another head gone, and everyone you score is one. They're not going to score.
Absolutely right. So I just wonder there where, I mean, who are we to comment? I mean, that they've got through to the final playing obviously a very attacking style of game, but whether that was quite the right shot to be playing at that stage of the game. But Noddy's...
he's reaching down here again into that same... He's just going to hang outside the line, though, not one of those
almost another
one of those slides that we saw earlier on. We've got the slide past the bowl, not trying very hard with this bowl.
Yes. Lyle's decided caution is definitely the better part of valor here.
We've got one, thank you, and we're going to put it in the bank. 8-4 now, with 51 minutes left in this final of the Tairei 25th International Fours here at the Tairei Bowling Club in Mosgiel. And of course, also going on at present, getting down to finding the semi-finalists at Northeast Valley, the Northeast Valley singles over the hill. And when Brett and I last time had a look, there was a round being played to get through, and then on the other side of the draw, let's say it was the young guns.
Absolutely. And Lyle Spencer would be pretty pleased to have got out of that last 10 with one.
What's interesting here, though, Brett, is how far that they've shortened this length up. And in fact, Noddy Thompson is having a look to see, are we up? And he's look at shorts, t-shirt, must be pretty warm,
Yeah. Winterless South, Kevin.
Winterless South.
In fact, it wasn't that many days ago. There was snow in Dunedin.
Correct.
I was
Absolutely.
talking to our son James, who was a student at the University of Otago, and they were outside making snowmen.
Yeah, it was certainly, well, there was photos of some of the greens that there was snow. There was covered in snow. I saw a photo of Northeast Valley, and it was a very white Northeast Valley. So certainly a change as we see.
Paul Calvert just coming down towards the head. Is he going to get the shot? No.
And this is when, this is really when Lyle Spencer was saying, please, this is where we want you to get. We're getting back into this game. And 2 ends, everything can change around completely.
Absolutely.
And coming down, trying to sit on the front of the bowl, get that slide. It was always on. If you got the front of the bowl, got that slide. And now it's up to Neville Ward now to get that. Well, there's a rest there on the shot bowl, Brett, on that backhand side.
Max Collett's played pretty well off the front for Noddy Thompson, and getting a good shot there.
Well, that's over the head. That's 1.5 meters, 2 meters over the head. That's fine for any jack movement. The big thing, of course, here though, Brett, that's Paul Calvert is at the 48 minutes. Can't let heads build up.
No.
To when he changes over, that he's facing 3s and 4s sort of thing.
Good bowl from Jeff Wilson here. Just a good number 2s bowl, just slightly past the jack. So consolidates the head for them. They're probably holding 3 there.
Well, good thing is it finds the centre line, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Just on the centre line. On the backhand now is
Neville Ward.
Neville Ward, and he's under the line, the Caversham man.
That's a shocker.
The difficulty here, though, early on in the head, Brett, for the Paul Calvert side, he's got 3 bowls that are completely ineffective.
That's right, and I mean against players like Craig McCaw and Noddy Thompson who will play an attacking game, you're putting yourself under a lot of pressure with no catches. And here's Jeff Wilson again.
This is going to come back towards the centre line, and sure enough, does sits inside his own, and that's good. That's building the head up, and the pressure straight away on young Elliot Mason now on his backhand. Just question how wide has he gone with
coming
the weight.
now.
Coming back now, trying hard as the bowler Masons will finish over the jack, and well, if it's not shot, it would certainly be second shot.
Yeah, that's a magnificent bowl. 4 down, as you say, Kevin, probably second shot, and just gives Lyle Spencer his skip something to play to. Craig McCaw looking for jack movement here.
He might sit the bowl on the back of the bowl. Does so, gets it well. A couple of shots. Well, Nellie's Restaurant and Bar at Hotel Tairei. I can assure you, I can recommend it. It's very good. They looked after us fantastically last time that we were down in Tairei. Mason now can either get he played that, what we call, it was the right shot, but just, I think, played a bit too quickly.
Yeah.
The eyes lit up, and it's on to play with weight, either through the bowl or to the jack.
And man, just maybe showing the signs of a little bit of pressure there. He'd drawn a very good bowl with his first, only to see Craig McCaw played out. Craig McCaw goes around the back with a back bowl. So we've got the Noddy Thompson's Clutha team holding at least 2 shots with the back bowl, and with the North End team really only having 1 bowl in the head.
Well, just going to say the thinking thing for the Dunedin side really is they've got 3 bowls at the front. They've got the second shot, and the idea there to build the head as well for Paul Calvert coming behind me is just try and play with just reaching weight, and now this is becoming.
Yeah, Lyle Spencer very wide there, not with particularly.
Well, he's in between shots, isn't he?
Yep. And they'll need a good bowl here, because otherwise this game will get away from them. At least two down on the head. And Noddy Thompson looking pretty close to adding another one here. Craig McCaw waving it across. Yeah, that's a beautiful bowl.
Well, if you're going to play like, all I'll say now, he has to play quick.
I agree.
No sense in trying to play. He's moved it under the line, but it needs a lot of luck here. Needs it to become. Oh!
Look.
Look,
Needs it.
look, 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 Wow. Oh. Oh,
That's
that tells you.
Craig McCaw shakes his head. So Lyle Spencer plays up a bowl of Paul Calvert's, a short
and
bowl.
they've now got 2 balls on the head there. But he can play down through those now confidently with weight. And I think I think Noddy Thompson, don't worry about the weight, Noddy. You won't be short, I'm sure.
No.
And on the backhand with reaching weight will be Noddy Thompson. He's one down. That looks to be hanging on. I don't think Craig McCaw liked that very much.
Not happy. Not happy.
Saw the old squeeze of the rag that got up in the air then.
Yeah, look, it's a cruel game, and we've seen some very cruel results today. Weasley Hedges
he holds the record.
He holds the record. Yep. I think I think we gave up counting how many wicks with a couple of his shots, but look, you've got to be up when you're down, and if you're up, you get a result, and we just saw that. And in the context of this game, that's a pretty important.
Well, it is, Brett. The deflating thing in that for the Noddy Thompson skip side, it wasn't as though he was one bowl off the target. He was. No. He was moving away out of the head,
and it wasn't even his own bowl coming through. No, it was another bowl he got off. And here's Paul Calvert just rubbing salt into the wound by drawing a pretty good opener on this end. 8-5 Clutha lead.
Needs that because he hasn't been getting many of those. To be fair, there's been a lot of short bowls up there. So look, sometimes the gate's been open. We're back in the game. 3 the diff, 43 minutes to go.
Max Collett, not to be outdone there, just sits on Paul Calvert's bowl, so 1-2 the Clutha team. 8-5 in this game, 42 minutes, just under 43 minutes to go, so we estimate probably about a 5 or 6 ends left in this game, so still plenty of time for the North End Pirates team. But that's a disappointing ball from Paul Calvert.
I think the green, Brett, is definitely slowed down by a couple of seconds. And as you well know, especially at this time of the day, you forget about the jack. You're playing a yard. Your territory is a yard. It's playing a yard through. Not and you saw it again there. What you could say, a terrible bowl from Max Collett, and it doesn't hurt when that green slows down to start playing the Australian way to make sure that you're up and you can push through bowls. The minute you try and be dead drawing, you're going to finish short.
Good bowl from Neville Ward. He sits back Max Collett's bowl. That's 2 now to the North End Pirates, and I agree. They're the skip, the heartbreakers, aren't they? When your player's just drawn a shot and then they drop their next bowl well short.
Well, especially when you're the side that's chasing and you're knowing you're playing against a side who are very competent of playing shots playing through the head. So, you need sometimes it's better to leave that half a metre of draw because that can actually work in your favour.
Absolutely, and I think your comments, Kevin, about the green slowing down. I think we can start to see that because suddenly we're starting to see a few short bowls. In this end, not from Neville Ward, I might say, who goes around the back. 2 North End have 2. He gets a clap from Lyle Spencer.
But what I was saying that as well, Brett, you're right, because both examples we saw both play their first bowl a metre over the head, so they tried to adjust with their second and finished 12, 15 feet short.
Yeah, good bowl here from Jeff Wilson. That's the old campaigner for you.
Well, he knows his way around the streets.
He certainly does. And that's 1 shot to the Clutha team, and that'll be a bit of a relief for Noddy Thompson.
I'm sure young Elliot Mason, who's been pretty impressive in this game because he's been playing a lot of bowls under pressure, but that's going to be short. But change of hand is Crusher.
Yes, that's Craig McCaw's nickname, Crusher. He and Judith Collins.
Crusher.
Let's just see what Crusher does on his forehand. He didn't seem entirely happy with it when he let it go, but it's a pretty good line.
Looks good from here as it makes its way down, sits inside this back area. But that's a good metre or so over. But
probably third shot, which in the context of this game is pretty good for Clutha. The holding shot.
Elliot Mason desperately wanting to draw the shot here for sure.
He's on a good line.
Get back into it. He's on a good line. This comes down towards the head now. Liking this.
Well played.
And it goes through. And that's the bowl of course, that's one of the
That's Neville Ward's bowls.
So it's a couple and hard to get at, Brett.
That one or that one.
Yeah, Noddy Thompson confirms that. So what's Crusher going to do?
It is a hard head to play to get a result to the jack, isn't it?
It is hard.
Try and draw around in here.
Just how those bowls are sitting just makes it hard to get, what you would call a scoring result. So reverting to the draw on the backhand is Craig McCaw, as we've got 39 minutes left on the clock.
Good line.
It's going to depend on the weight as it comes past, but the thing is, the difficulty there, Brett, as well, is you're not going to be able to get the shot playing on that hand the way how the shot bowl and jack are lodged there. So it does become, and what of course Noddy Thompson wants is a bowl to finish on that side of the head, so then perhaps he can attack. But it's on the other hand, but again, it's difficult to attack through down on the other side of the ring with the blue short bowl way up in front, a good couple of metres, because that's on the natural line to do some damage. So this is a head now where, there's a chance here for Paul Calvert to draw outside the bowls and still be counting. We can draw to this blue bowl in behind here. He'll draw another. Has he got the weight? He'll be disappointed with that.
That's a poor bowl.
Well, it's an open hand, Brett. There's no, there's finishing just over the jack on that side of the rink. It's not going to hurt you. So here is Noddy Thompson.
He's on a good line.
2 down.
Breaking, and now just going to slip past, I think. Great effort.
It is, but unfortunately, Brett, you're not going to get the bowl.
No, and really, trying to get a jack level bowl there so you had something to work off was probably a better strategy than trying to get the shot. Lyle Spencer, better weight this time.
Just how far is it going to come back? Needs to get inside these two bowls, won't do so. Had the weight to count, actually, but the difficulty for him, of course, was caused by his first bowl, which fell short, which really just made that line, changed that line. And there's a different line entirely here from Noddy Thompson. In fact, is going to get this front bowl. And, no, won't make any change. So, do we go to 8-7?
One comes out from Craig McCaw. He's going to...
Well, it looks like two from our angle, and it is.
So 8-7, we're almost all locked up here. 36 minutes to go.
Well, we said before, there's 3 ends. So that they're leading 8-2. And...
Yep, could have taken that shot and kicked on, and instead gave it away. And they haven't scored again.
No.
Admittedly, a little lucky on the second last end.
Absolutely, but the door gets open, doesn't it?
Yeah, and and in these short games, you really want to, when you've got a shot, you really want to try and protect it and capitalise on it, particularly when you're leading. But anyway,
one of the first things you get taught, isn't it? Play the board, isn't it?
So Paul Calvert with his first bowl. And last time this way, it was a pretty loose end. Let's see if he can tidy it up a little bit this time.
But I've got to give these players their dues. That end we had before was one of the best ends I think I've seen for a long, long time. And we had, 3 in the ditch that were all touches.
I think I gave up counting how many touches and jacks flying.
And the jack bounced back off the bowl in the ditch, back onto the green. And that resulted in the shot. So
yeah, that'll be one to clip out and put on the Bowls New Zealand site.
Yeah, you want to have a look at that one, Alex?
It's
you wouldn't see that very often, would you? The jack was careering towards the ditch where the touches were, landed on top of one of the bowls, bounced back out, and went to to the the people who didn't have the shot.
Just when you think you've seen everything in this game, something comes along and just surprises you. Here's a better bowl from Paul Calvert here. Just maybe
Needs to sit on the
passing
bowl. No,
through.
he doesn't. 8-7. 8-7. There's 34 minutes to go in this final, the 25th Tairei Invitational 7,000 fours at the Tairei Bowling Club in Mosgiel. Of course, the Bowls New Zealand Club of the Year last year, formed in 1886, and it was certainly one of the older clubs going around, but a beautiful setting where the Tairei Club is. For those who haven't been there, it's got a school and a parking behind it, and it's got a really, really good clubhouse. And it's fair to say, but it's a community club of Mosgiel, isn't it?
Yeah, look, it's a great club to play at. Always, greens are always good. Great.
Catering's good too.
Catering's good. Good people. And yeah, no, it's a place I've always enjoyed playing at. Good bowl there from Neville Ward.
In fact, the shot is that bowl.
So 1 to the North End Pirates.
And just something completely irrelevant, but I can tell you that Lydia Coe is leading by 2 after 12 holes in the BMW Classic. Went into the day, the last round, 1 shot behind, and is now 2 in front after 12 of 18 holes.
Oh, that's a great effort by Lydia, and that's a great effort by Jeff Wilson, who looks like he's drawn the shot with his bowl there.
He's been the steadiest player, Wilson, I think, of all the players. Because the great thing that Jeff Wilson's done is he's had bowls around the head literally every end, isn't it? And it's about, it's about consistency. Here's a great attempt here. It gets past, all the way past, down towards the area. Is that shot? My goodness, if it's not shot, it's all but.
It's close. Yeah, no, great technician, Jeff Wilson. Not a flashy player, just very steady. Typically good line player, and Noddy Thompson, as he just said, good line again, mate. And he's played a cracker here.
Yes, again, he's done it again. He's one of those players that he just gets on, draws the game, and he's never going to go away.
No, and that makes it pretty.
Probably coming down the backhand, mate. I've got a chance on his front one as well.
There you are.
Mason saying to his skip, Paul Calvert, I'll get down there on my backhand. I've got a chance, 2 chances down there to get to it, but it needs to get past. He's going to get close, gets the front bowl, comes down. Well, that's a very, very good bowl, actually, because it's given them another good bowl on and it's a bowl, Brett, now they can play to. It's no longer a one-shot target to the shot bowl.
That's outstanding.
It gives them every opportunity now to get down to, and there, one of the legends sitting directly behind the camera, Ken Walker. There he is.
Yes, Stalker Walker.
Stalker Walker, one of the legends of Dunedin, who has played for New Zealand, won New Zealand titles. I'd hate to say how many Dunedin titles that he's won, a lot. And, of course, now plays out of the Tairei Club and has been one of the, look at, great bowl here. Jack might bounce back. Look at that in between the two.
Goodness me, that's a great bowl by Crusher McCaw.
And, of course, Ken Walker has had a lot to do with the younger players as well in the Dunedin Centre. Here's watch the replay of this bowl of Craig McCaw's coming down to the shot bowl. The Jack, one roll on the shot bowl. Jack goes back and the 2 bowls sit there. So guys like Elliot Mason have all come out of literally the Ken Walker school down there with the Kitty Hawks down in Dunedin. And Mason trying to get contact to the front of the bowls.
How can you better your last one?
How can you better your last one? That's a very, very good call there from Noddy Thompson. It'd be pretty hard, really, Brett, to improve on that last bowl.
And you'd venture to say, given how it's sitting, why would you want to touch it? Because, you pop that Jack out and you give Lyle Spencer a chance at getting the shot. at the moment, you've got that end pretty well locked and loaded.
Well, the last thing you want to do, Brett, is give them a jack level lean.
Well, this is a pretty good bowl.
Oh, no, this is a jack level. No, it's not.
No. That gives Lyle Spencer a chance now to get off that bowl and at least get the shot bowl and maybe even get the jack.
Now, what's the story with kills in this tournament? Do you know?
I don't. I'm assuming that it gets replaced on the 2 metre mark because we haven't actually seen a kill.
We haven't seen one. But,
so
you would think here is a chance because he'll come down here quickly, I would imagine. Yep. And yep, it is. You can see with the swing of the arm, or quicker than what we've seen, trying to get to that triangle of bowls.
He's close.
And he's close.
We're about to find out.
And, well, that's opened it up.
Still 2 down.
But it has opened it up to play down reasonably quickly down there to the shot bowl through the, because that's the bowl, of course, of Lyle Spencer's just came in behind the head. Danger is you try and play sort of what I would call precious weight going down through there, and your bowl's going to run away. So really, for Lyle Spencer, he's got to back himself to get down there on that hand, trying to get the other side of the head.
And that's a good bowl for Noddy
Thompson, and he does. And it'll be the deepest bowl on the rink.
Okay. And Lyle Spencer.
He needs to make sure that he doesn't cut his line to try and get to the jack.
Well, he's on target.
He could get both here. Split.
He could
split and does. Oh, it doesn't roll far enough. Needed one more roll, one down. You saw Elliot Mason. Well, he couldn't have played that shot any better, Brett, to get the result, wasn't it? It was split off those 2 bowls.
Yeah, just dead right. Good.
And now Noddy Thompson will just come down on the draw on that backhand, just try and drop under that front bowl on the draw to get back to the centre line, where that counting area is. And I look through Craig McCaw's legs, not going to do so.
I think Noddy Thompson might be just quite heavy to score here.
I think so.
I think, having seen their lead go from 8-2 to 8-7, I think one is.
How did that happen?
But yes. So I think, small fish are sweet. Yeah. And that just gives them that 2-shot margin. We can see on the clock we're almost at the 27-minute mark. So we're down to probably the last 4 ends of this final.
One would say, yeah.
And I think now is not the time for being reckless when you're holding shots. Max Collett, and he's pretty close here with his first bowl. Yep. Going very well.
Yeah, it's a good opening bowl.
Yep. Noddy Thompson acknowledges some fine work from his Clutha teammate. And let's see what Paul Calvert can do for the North End Pirates.
Now here's the big news today, Brett. East Coast have defeated Mid-Canterbury 25-20 in the Lahore Cup after losing 54 games in a row.
Well, there'll be a lot of crayfish and seafood being eaten on the East Coast. I did read the unfortunate news that a player died in the curtain raiser of that game today. Today in Ruatoria. So there was a curtain raiser game between 2 local teams. I think like in sort of an exhibition game, and I believe one of the players,
tragic,
suffered a heart attack and passed away in that game. So it would have been very hard. But Jose Aguirre is who we know is the coach of the East Coast team, would be delighted with that performance. I know they were struggling to get players back into the East Coast for the game because of many of them are working at different parts around the country.
Well, my neighbour, Joe Royal, who's played for New Zealand Maoris, played for counties, Joe Royal plays for East Coast. He went down on Friday, and I got put up at the Mariah Reserve having practice. They were practicing on Friday, no doubt, at the Mariah. And yesterday, his wife and young one, they were on the plane down to Gisborne to watch the final. And 54 games before this year.
So there'll be a mixture of joy and I'm sure sadness as one of the whānau passing away, but certainly a great occasion for East Coast rugby, which is
Well,
really
there's this crash going on here. No.
So 1-2 the Noddy Thompson team.
Yeah, it's still the lead bowl of Max Collett, which is shot. And here's the steady man. Well, they've all been steady really, but Jeff Wilson, in my view, just brings what I would say in the middle of the side, that real good experience on the draw. And again, on that very good line
Close
again, going to sit inside the jack line, get a touch on
Close
the jack,
here.
Moves it around the corner, but how far?
Might have been the slice from hell.
Because that's the bowl. I think of Neville, was that Neville Ward's bowl
That is
sitting
Neville
out
Ward's
there? This
bowl
Neville
there.
Ward's bowl, which is jack level.
I think with Kevin, you make a good point with the play of number 2 and 4s. Often, I think players now at number 2 try and get the shot all the time.
Yeah, it's not your job.
And your job is really to add a couple of balls to the head, ideally just past the jack. If you do manage to get the shot, that's great. But that's that sort of head building that we saw in some of the great number 2s in New Zealand bowls. People like Doug Richards, Jolly, just super steady players, but not flashy.
I was just going to say, in regards to it, that you mentioned Doug Richards, Jolly, that Nick Unkovic's view always was he picked his number 2 first, and then we go from there, because to him that was the most important player. Here's McCaw, and I'd favour that. There's the call. I'd favoured that bowl there of Craig McCaw's to be shot, but there's a good open draw down through there for Elliot Mason with his second bowl on the back end. And how's the weight on that
Close
line? Because it's certainly
Close
got
here.
the right line. Has it got the weight to get through the port? Needs one more roll. Doesn't do so. But it does make the head quite good on the changeover for Paul Calvert to be able to reach the bowl. And Nick Unkovic's viewpoint, and that's why Doug Richards Jolly was the first man picked, the pipe man.
And I remember talking to Doug when I first started playing number 2 and asking him for a tip, and he said, Brett, I play with a yard over the head when at all times, slightly narrow when we're not holding, slightly wide when we are. And those words often ring in my ears. I've played a lot of bowls at number 2 over the years, and it's not about getting the shot, it's just about adding to the head. And,
trying to get to his own bowl here and turn it through, trying to get to it, sit on it. Well played.
Outstanding. 1-2 the North End
That's
team.
got to be the shot, one would think, that which turned the bolt into the head.
And suddenly there's a chance here for potentially for Lyle Spencer to sit that bowl of Craig McCaw's out and maybe make another couple out of it. So,
or Brett, if you were to touch the jack around the corner.
Absolutely. So, just with a little bit of weight looking to reach. Having said that, we may well find Noddy Thompson looks to that, or does he play for the bowls? Because we've got the 2 white bowls together, one of Neville Ward's and one of yes, I think we're going to see a very direct piece
this
of
is reaching through the bowls, isn't it? It's the call from Craig McCaw to his man,
and he's close.
He's close to getting the split on the bowls as he gets that out. What happens here? Well, taking one out and pushed the bowl behind.
Yep. So Elliot Mason says we've got one Lyle, draw another one.
The other great thing about Doug Richards Jolly was he was always very good at telling the opposition how good they were playing or how unlucky the particular shots were.
Yes, he was very professorial in his a great gentleman. But yes, many of the teams that played Nick Unkovic were terribly unlucky as they were beaten by 20 or 30 shots.
Close to the bowl here, no, going away, and does so.
Yeah, mate, try it again.
And Doug Richards Jolly, I know this is old days stuff, but Doug used to have a little dog, little fox terrier, buried at Okahu Bay. And
So I understand.
Yeah, and used to follow Doug around, doesn't matter where, good bowl here, sits on the front of the bowl and falls in.
I think that's 2.
Two, mate. Come on.
Two it is.
We're 9-all
9
here.
apiece. And yeah, Lucky was the name of Doug Richards' little dog. He used to walk around the green and go and sit down where Doug played, end and finish, walk around the green. And it didn't matter where Doug and Nikankovic played in New Zealand. Lucky would, and of course, Doug Richards played for the Kiwis.
Yes, very good rugby league player.
Certainly was.
Well, we're 9-all here, and what looked like at 8-2 a pretty comfortable lead to Noddy Thompson. We've seen the Lyle Spencer skipped North End Pirates claw their way back into the game with some good bowls and maybe a couple of lucky results. But at 9-all, 19 minutes on the clock, so I'd say, Kevin, we might get 3 ends in here.
3 ends and so.
So it's a 3-end shootout now, and that's a pretty good opener from Paul Calvert for the North End Pirates.
And now Livington, by the way, we're completely aside, but we had Doug Richards Jolly and lived when they lived down on the waterfront down at Mission Bay. Well, and that residence now is at one Nick Dragicevic.
There you go.
Another very colourful of the Croatian players, and winner of a New Zealand title as well, man, and winner of numerous Auckland titles.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, and both his sons, Vince and Niven, both very good players as well. Niven, in particular, very successful in Auckland and Takapuna and Hillsborough sides over the years. And so Max Collett now with his second bowl, and he's led pretty well.
He's out on that wider line now, and it's again. It has the weight though. It certainly was on a wider line. Now's the chance. Here's the big bowl now. Neville Ward has been. It's interesting. Get back to. I think get back to the safer hand, and Ward's been playing pretty well the last few ends. He's got a lot of bowls around the head, and this is the time at number 2, 17 minutes left on the clock, and he's got that bowl out on a good line. How's the weight though? As it's certainly coming back towards the jack, and that's a shame because he was on a dead line to the jack.
Yeah, slightly longer end this one coming this way.
That's right, because the last end that way was pretty short, wasn't it? Going down towards the clubhouse.
So Mr. Steady Jeff Wilson. Is this the time when he starts to shine? So he's been full too. Yeah. So the slightly longer end, obviously the Leeds being acutely aware of it, but maybe the number 2 is not quite noticing that, and consequently, we've seen them both drop short.
So 9 each, 9 apiece.
Better one here from Neville.
16 ends to go. Gets under this bowl cleanly. Not going to do so, but it got under it clean. Brady was on a straight line to the jack.
Yeah, super line. So still plenty of room here.
I don't think Jeff Wilson will make that mistake twice that we saw with his first bowl. Certainly got the bowl out on a wider line.
Better line
than
here.
His first. And it's in fact quicker going down that way, West. I thought he'd be.
Well,
so believe it or not, that front bowl that's the shot bowl. So here's the ideal opportunity for one of our young up-and-coming players, Elliot Mason, to get right to the jack and put that backhand pressure on. And
we saw in the semi-final just how well he drew towards the end of that game.
Yeah, look at that, done up just again here now. And a touch-up, sits jack level on the toucher. Would just be the one, because it did move the jack slightly. It was seen in this game, though. Craig McCaw, he's he's up to the task. A very steady and well-performed number 3 for Noddy Thompson.
Just going a little bit here, I think, Crusher.
Going on the outside.
So another opportunity for Elliot Mason to show his form. Gets the bowl away very well again.
Well, he's got a metre really, Brett, hasn't he, to get to the count.
Close again, Kevin.
And he's going to do just that. Goes by as fine. And I don't think it would go as far as that. Went through the head. So really now, this will be the bowl that Craig McCourt, he'll want to draw the shot. Just looks tight on the line out of the hand. Depends how much weight he's got getting towards the shot bowl.
Looking to sit it.
Is he going to sit it? He is. He sat the shot bowl clean.
Magnificent. Magnificent bowl.
And it's the, what I would call the experience bit of knowing, yes, you can play with weight. Knowing that, you know, just backing yourself to, and if you play with that extra weight, your bowl is not going to disappear as quickly. If you're under green, so to speak, on the draw, yes, you would go under the head, you know, but you saw where the bowl went, but afterwards. So, you know, McCaw had a good yard of weight on it to play through the head. So Paul Calvert now, 9 apiece, 1 down. We'll be trying to get to the shot bowl. Trying to get to the shot bowl of the jack. Trying to get to the shot bowl. Trying to get to the shot bowl. Does so. Has it turned it enough? I don't think so. Just didn't get the middle of the bowl. Literally just got to the side of the bowl. Didn't get it clean. And Craig McCaw saying to Noddy Thompson, draw down here. He's out on that wider part of the backhand side. And Craig McCaw trying to encourage the bowl to come back, but it's short. Now, does Noddy Thompson take, I'm not saying the risk, if he can play that back bowl out of the head, and to put the pressure straight back on to...
Pretty much got to go back to the draw now. You don't want the jack going wrong if you go...
Oh, here we go, because, right, you just heard the call there.
Because if the jack goes to the right as we see it, that could be a 3 or 4 shots to Noddy Thompson. So Lyle Spencer trying to draw, and he's close here. He's really close.
I tell you, gets past the front. He's really close. He needs to sit inside the bowl. Going to do so. Well, that would be shot, I would think, from here, Brett. Looking at our angle,
I agree.
We're not over the top of the head like the players are. So we've also got Neville all having a look at it. Max Collett down there having a look, but
I think Max Collett said they're 1 down. Yep, they're 1 down, so they're going to look for the bowl or the jack. So if Noddy Thompson can come down on his forehand, look to just come through that port, he can potentially get the shot bowl.
Looks a challenging shot though, Brett. Thread the needle through those front bowls on that forehand side to get down to the shot bowl, and
he's tight.
He's tight. It was under the head. Well, out of the hand, it was under the head. Yeah, it was a hard shot to try and play. Measure coming out. Oh, no one's convinced yet, are they? It was
obviously close enough that, I mean, Max Collett seemed pretty certain they were 1 down, and they definitely played the head like they were 1 down, but I guess I want to be serious.
Well, is it 2 they're looking for? Was it 2?
Ooh, that's definitely the shot.
Just the one.
So North End go ahead now for the first time in this game.
It is.
They and as we like to say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
How you finish, and 2 ends to go. This end, and 1 more. We'll see the clock wind down. 11 minutes to go. So I'll play this end, and then there'll be 1 more, and it is the side of Paul Calvert, Neville Ward, Elliot Mason, Lyle Spencer, who are leading. And once again, of course, thank you on behalf of the Tairei Club to that generous band of sponsors, Speights, Beachside, Mooloolaba, CHNZ, which is a commercial hire in New Zealand, Target Accounting, Still Shop in Mosgiel, and Southern Food, Paul Calvert, but to Speights, who have been in the south, have been a fantastic sponsor, not only for bowls, but for all sports. Speights have been a tremendous supporter of sport in the south, and of course also underway, getting down to finals time at the Northeast Valley singles, played across the hill in town, and then in Invercargill, the charity pairs, the prestige, been long-running charity pairs tournament in Invercargill. At Southland Licensing Trust, Brett.
And that's been a great tournament for a long time.
They've done, have done a lot of good things, haven't they?
A great force for sport.
Oh, absolutely. Well, good. Paddy O'Brien's, of course, now the chairman of the trust down there.
I didn't realise that.
Yeah, Paddy's
I presume finished his refereeing responsibilities these days. I know he was with the IRB for a long time.
He's still, I believe, got something to do with the IRB to do with sevens. I'm not 100% sure, but I see that he was re-elected again to the trust. Came back from Ireland, of course, and back home to the south.
Very nice. So we've got one here to Max Collett in the second to last end, we think, of this final of the Speights Tairei Invitational 7,000.
Wilson will be trying to get a counting bowl, and needs to get past the front bowl. Not going to do so. Coming back to that horrible place, sitting literally on the centre line.
And Jeff will be very disappointed the last couple of ends. He's played short.
Yeah, the last couple of ends he has. You're right, Brett. But, see Neville Ward's. You just see, Brett, you get out of fraction there now, and you're just not getting that same draw. So you try and put the weight on. But we've seen, Elliot Mason to come, and we've seen him really, I think, in the back end of the last game. In this game, I think Elliot Mason has proven his drawing prowess. On a number of occasions, he's been down on the head and has drawn some very, very good shots.
And I think the difference in these last few ends is Elliot Mason's just got a bit more room now. You've the bowls are not right on the jack. They're
not drawn to centimetres.
No, and we know from watching him in the semi-final, you cannot give this young man room. Look at him here.
Oh, here he is again now.
Here he comes.
Has it got the weight to get all the way down? Has it got the weight? Sits on the centre line. More than likely.
Very close.
Very close. Maybe a bowl short, but certainly, well, it's the closest bowl anyway of the Paul Calvert skip side with 7 minutes to go in this final of the Tairei Invitational.
Craig McCaw's gone a little wide here. And again, just so Lyle Spencer says, look, you're a couple of rolls away from being shot. Just play one down there again and see if you can just beat your own. And nice smooth action from Elliot Mason. Just gets the bowl away well.
Out wider though, Brett. How far is this going to come back?
A little bit quick, I think, Kevin. Again caught. It's almost like there's a couple of different speeds on this rink. You get out a little wide, and they just tend to hold a little bit. So
there's a bit of line, isn't it?
Close here.
Not. It's from McCaw. Is it coming back now towards the centre line, and will do so. And it will sit literally jack level, and that would be shot itself as the skips change over with 6 minutes left on the clock. This end and one more. And also a big thank you to Car-Based Kia for their support of this tournament. Without people like Car-Based Kia and their support of events like the Tairei Invitational 7,000, you can't hold such events. So a big thank you to the team at Car-Based Kia for their support at the Tairei Club. Now, big bowl here. I'd say 2 down on the head here, Brett, is Paul Calvert. Yeah, this looks a pretty good line. I'm keen on this one, says Elliot Mason's keen on this one.
Lyle's played this well. Is he going to
make
it?
Hold.
Is he going to make
get
it
all the way? No,
know.
It's not. You see there, Elliot Mason just indicating a couple of feet.
So Craig McCaw says, come on, Noddy.
Yeah, don't want him touching the bowl of Calvert sitting out to the side of the head. So Noddy Thompson Going to the backhand, got a bowl there that can turn into the head. There's, it's wide on the,
You got it, mate.
well, indicating that it wobbled wider, but I think it was wide all the way, Brett. So there's a big bowl here for Paul Calvert. He needs to reach.
Yeah, fell into my trap.
Fell under my trap. So you heard exactly what you spoke about before, Brett, and you look at our head now. It may only be one, but it's very difficult on the camera angles. But this will be the last end coming up, and it is definitely the Noddy Thompson skip side who are holding the shot here. 9 apiece, of course, as we come to the end of this end, as they wind the clock down. And it was 2.
So for the first time since they led the game 8-2, we have the Clutha team, skipped by Noddy Thompson, now leading by 1, going into this last end of the Speights Tairei 7,000 invitation fours, 25th anniversary of this tournament, and what a fitting final. And I'm sure we're about to see a fitting final last end.
Just seen it changing on the board at 11:10. So, yeah, was it just the one, was it?
No, because they were leading 10-9, so it was 2.
Sorry, it was 2. It was 2.
So Max Collett with his first bowl of this last end, and he's on a pretty good line here. That's a cracker.
That's a good opening bowl. As we get down to the real closing stages now, as Brett said,
Paul Calvert struggled a bit going in this direction. Hasn't been his best direction, but he's close here. Perhaps just a little quick again. Tended to just be a little over coming in this direction. I mean, they're good bowls to be past the head, but at this stage, when you're trailing 11-10, you really want to be on the jack. Max Collett again, good line coming down this side, and he's close again here.
Well, that's the bowls you want, isn't it? At this point, you rest on his own. Does he know he doesn't?
Right, so what can Paul Calvert do? His last bowl of this tournament, Paul, one of the sponsors of the tournament with his Southern Food Distributors Company. What can he do?
Well, looks to be
pretty close here.
On a better line.
Pretty close here.
Looks on a better line. How far is it going to run? Just going to go by. Sits just outside the jack line. And I'm picking.
One down,
close enough. Yeah, that's the shot, as indicated very quickly by Noddy Thompson.
So great finish by Paul Calvert. Skip Lyle Spencer gave him a clap. Now Jeff Wilson, what's he got left in this last end of the Speights Tairei Invitational?
Look tight out of the hand, Brett. How far is it going to hold up on that line?
And another short bowl, first up from Jeff. So uncharacteristic.
Oh, I'm not going to say that pressure wouldn't affect the amount of bowls that he's delivered over many years, but more than capable of making amends with his last bowl.
Absolutely.
And this looks a pretty good bowl coming here from Neville Ward. Look good out of the hand.
He's played a cracker here.
Going to sit inside the bowl, turns it over, and that's another.
Yep.
That's definitely the shot. So first and third shot now. The Paul Calvert side holding. So really, the door's open for the Paul Calvert side.
The door is open, and Jeff Wilson.
Oh, he's coming. Is it
coming
holding
tight?
Going to hold to the jack line? Is it? No, it's not. Not going to be up.
Wow. Well, how the game can change. Right. What can you do with your last bowl, Neville?
Well, he can really put the heat back on to the Noddy Thompson. No, not with that one though. Tight.
He's quick. He's going to have to not get a connection
on
this
is dangerous.
ball.
Dangerous. Knocks it in for shot. Oh, the danger, Brett, of being heavy and narrow.
What do we say
when
with
you're
Duck
holding
Riches,
the
Jolly? When you're holding, you're slightly wide.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you play down there then.
So,
Slash end anyway.
Noddy Thompson now with one shot. He's leading by one on the board.
Yeah, well, that was, and you're quite right, just using that phrase of Doug Richards, Jolly, Brett, just safe wide, isn't it?
Mm.
It's the danger of trying to steer the bowl down to, steer the bolt down to its home. So on the backhand is Craig McCaw holding shot. And this looks a pretty good bowl from McCaw. And he doesn't want to trail the jack.
I think they were hoping you moved the jack.
Yeah, well, you might have heard Noddy Thompson saying then, I think they were hoping you moved the jack. Well, he made every endeavour to.
We're probably better down there, eh? Paul and Neville are in the catch.
The voice of confidence, youngsters. I'm better down here, they're in the catch. So, yeah, he's got his mind set up. He knows what he wants to play, and does Elliot Mason, and trying to get down to the jack trail or the shot, just going to, needs to sit clean into the bowl.
Well, that's not a bad home there. That's not a bad home there for Lyle Spencer, because if he does play with weight, he's now got a number of catches behind there.
The last thing that Craig McCaw wants to do is sit there with a jack level bowl. That's the thing of playing that hand on that backhand side. If he sits with a jack level bowl, he's certainly opening the door for that shot that you were just talking about, Brett. And see how this bowl, it looks to be finishing on the other side, though, of the centre line.
It surprises me. I really thought they'd look to cover the back with Elliot Mason playing down there, but perhaps they felt it was important to add another bowl on the head. They've got a number of bowls there with Craig's first bowl and with Max's bowl. So we shall see what Elliot Mason can conjure up. He certainly has played some cracking bowls in both the semi-final and the final today. What's he got left?
Touch and drag, isn't he? Really, that's what he.
Oh, if he can pull that jack around the corner to behind Neville's bowl and in front of Paul Calvert's bowl, then that would be an amazing shot. So let's see what he's got.
So here's Mason, as Brett said, looking for getting to that shot bowl or the jack. And it's going to hang wide. It's playing with the weight that we spoke about, and. Well, Paul Calvert, so hand on the chin. Where do I go here?
I think that's the challenge, Kevin. Sometimes when you do just try and play with a little bit of weight, they are inclined to hang. When you're trying to play those mid-range shots. But he's ended up with two good catches there. He's given Lyle Spencer definitely a chance.
Well, I'll just pass what I would say, coaching experience, whatever. If you're going to play with that weight, especially at this stage of the game, your target's not to the outside bowl on the head. Your target's to the inside bowl on the head, which is going to give it a chance to hang up to the jack. The minute you, for example, making the target area of the bowl directly in behind the jack, it's easy just to go half a bowl wide, and playing the other way, at least you're coming into the head.
And we talked earlier today about the John Murtagh faulty narrow theory. That's exactly it. Just play tight to the bowls on the basis that you're going to get a result, because missing even if you're only just missing wide is not.
It's a nothing bowl, really.
It's not desirable. So Noddy Thompson's decided to come around the back and try and cover those lightly coloured bowls of the Lyle Spencer North End Pirates team.
So time's up. So this is it. And look, I think really, Brett, the target really is really playing to. My target is that I want to sit on the inside of the jack level blue bowl.
Well, if he sits the blue bowl hard, he gets a shot,
and the jack flops as well.
Yeah, and that gets him an extra end, as you say. If he flops off that onto the jack, and the jack moves sideways, Well, what's Lyle Spence? Well, he's definitely tighter.
Won't come back from there.
No, you're right. He wasn't tight. He was very quick, much quicker than I thought he'd play that.
So therefore, you're playing it inside the centre line.
That's right. You've got to.
You're not playing it at that. You've got to make sure that you know when you're getting to the finishing part of your bowl that your bowl is on that narrower side of the centre line.
And that's three bowls the North End players have played, all finishing underneath, or all finishing wide, and not giving themselves a chance of getting that bowl. Because ultimately, if you sit the shot bowl and you sit it clean, you get an extra end.
And the only way you can do that is if you're.
Mate, let it swing.
Yeah, it's so.
You heard it.
Yeah, just got to adjust. Weight's fine. Nothing hurts. He knows the weight he's got to use. So this is it. Is this the last bowl in the final of the Taieri Invitational 7,000 fours at the Tairei Bowling Club in Dunedin? And this is on a tighter line.
He's given it a show.
Is it going
it's
to
not going to come
no,
back.
It's not.
It's not
We've got our winners.
Noddy Thompson is the winner.
And the team of Noddy Thompson, Craig McCaw, Jeff Wilson, and Max Collett of the Clutha. They've defeated the Paul Calvert side. It's Paul Calvert, he's a sponsor. Lyle Spencer skipping Elliot Mason at 3, Neville Ward at 2, and Paul Calvert. And it'll be the Clutha side that run out the winners and really bet. Sad, I know, but narrow, knock a bowl into the head and everything changed, didn't it, in that last end, sadly?
Absolutely, and, you know, obviously when you get to that stage of the game, you know, you do tend to start playing with a little bit more weight and really just didn't see quite the same controlled weight that we'd seen from Lyle and Elliot up until then. But it was a close run thing. Magnificent final, really good game, great performance by the North End team to get back in the game, trailing 8-2, but really just some good bowls and a bit of luck, and you need that in a tight game. Got them over the line.
You'll see some of the highlights of this final of this Speights. Here's the head you'll never forget, and there's the jack bounces back in out of the ditch, and again jack movement. Well, we saw plenty of jack movement, Brett, throughout this match, didn't we? And again, it highlights the players, of course, but it's also a compliment to the green as well, where players can play shots with confidence, and also though pay the price. If there's one of the, you see that double touch there, shake hands time, and there we have it. There's the winners of the 21st or 25th, sorry, Taieri Invitational Tournament. And it has been our pleasure to be able to bring you this live coverage of a finals day as we look over the Saddle Hill, the hills of Tairei that look over this very, very splendid complex here. And you'll see the highlights have gone. And now it's my pleasure on behalf of Brett O'Reilly, Tamara and Erin to close off from here from the Speights Invitational 7,000, and just to confirm our winners for the 25th year: Max Collett at lead, Jeff Wilson at number 2, Craig McCaw at 3, and skipped by Noddy Thompson. This is Kevin Hicklin and Brett O'Reilly and Tamara and Erin signing off till our next event.